Motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved?
I'll second it.
Moved by Cummins, seconded by Fritz. Would the clerk call the roll again?
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Your agenda is approved.
Thank you. This time, we will entertain a call to the audience. Members of the audience may address council on any item, whether on the agenda or not. Those addressing council are asked to provide their name and address and will be limited to 3 minutes of speaking time. Council will hear all comments for future consideration, but will not have a response at this time. Those not physically present who would like to call in may dial 616-935-3285. If it continues ringing, please remain on the line until your turn. We will take all callers tonight.
I'm Commander Mike Smith from 113 North 2nd Street, representing the Coast Guard Festival. I see on your agenda you're going to be discussing city fees. Much needed, I'm sure. But I just want to share with you a perspective here. Over the past 4 years, so from 2018, we paid the city for services, etc., $16,000. In 2019, that was increased by 48.1% to $23,600. In 2021, because there was no 2020, it was a 59.8% increase over 2019. And looking at the fees that are proposed, besides being strangled out of several events, the proposal conservatively would cost us another 49.2% increase on top of this year's to pay the city over $56,000. And that's just trying to figure out how many blockades, what we're paying for, etc. We lost 4 boat slips back to the city, $16,000 worth of income. Covenant Life is charging us $20,000 to have the carnival downtown, but we got squeezed out of the city on the streets, so it's on private property now, and we have to pay for our own security. The Coast Guard Festival is at probably the top of the list of the other events and activities that may come forward. But that list, if applied and not grandfathered to any organization, nonprofit, etc., will strangle what Grand Haven will become. If you take one thing at the Waterfront Stadium, one thing, one act, we have to pay for that act and get them here. There's no more room at the depot. We have to rent a trailer, $12,000. We have to pay for the rental of the stadium, plus now a surcharge. We have to pay for each electric hookup and then the meter for the services used there. We have to pay for the water. We have to pay for the screening. We have to pay for the seats. We have to pay now for security. We have to pay for using the parking lot to get the acts in and out loaded so that we can have a performance there. We're not going to be able to afford to host what we've hosted before. There might not be a parade, etc. I mean, the Grand Haven Coast Guard Festival could still be a Coast Guard Festival, but it might be in Grand Haven Township or Spring Lake or Ferrysburg, because we can't afford to do it here based if we use the projected fees that you're going to be seeing. So thank you very much, but think about what that means, and it's a lot.
Thank you, Mike.
My name is Ted Ragle. I'm the commander of Post 2326 VFW over on 1st and Columbus. The address there is 20 North 1st Street. We're here more to just introduce ourselves. We have a new committee. You don't know who we are. You don't know what we do. We would like to take a few minutes, go over some of the stuff we do for the community, and more importantly, to the veterans in our community. We recently put in an application for the Rib Fest. We personally wanted to come and invite you to come and check it out. It's a wonderful time, great ribs, great vendors, and see what we're all about. Some of the things we're going to do with this money are we take veterans up north hunting, put them in the blinds, they shoot deer, we sponsor that. They go on boats, catch fish, we sponsor that. They go on pheasant hunts, we sponsor. We buy a lot of their clothes from a few vendors, mostly here in town, because they can't get big stuff. We can get the big man stuff. We have connections, and that's what we're doing. I'd like to take a couple of seconds here and introduce my friends. Mike Bow, he's in charge of the Rib Fest and the Coast Guard Festival affairs that we have. He's going to talk a little bit about that. And Al Schmidt is our Honor Guard commander. He's going to talk a little bit about that. And I know I'm on a time restriction, so I'm going to let these guys.
Okay, can I ask one time?
Sure.
Tell me your name again, sir?
Ted Ragel,
Ted, thank you for coming in and for the work you do.
thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Mike Bow. I'm actually the committee chair for our different events that we do, the Coast Guard Festive event and the Rib Fest event. And I serve as the director of Muskegon County's Veterans Affairs and Retired Navy. The last 2 years, we've not been able to have these events. COVID's been here. It hurts. But these two events are what keep us afloat, and they're also what keep us being able to do the wonderful things that Ted was just talking about. So I thank you in advance for letting us do it again this coming year. Thank you.
Can I just say, I'm a Rib Fest fan. Is that allowed? Thank you.
Absolutely. Brag it up all you like.
I'm Al Schmidt, the Honor Guard. I'd like to tell you a few things we do. I got a picture of our events. Couple of things we done. We spent about $2,500 to buy clothes to veterans in a veterans home in Grand Rapids. We spent over $3,000 for the veterans at Mayfield, Kentucky when their town blew apart to help them. We bring veterans in from the veterans home for dinner. Somebody calls us up for hospice. If their father wants to talk to the veterans, we go. We go to nursing home, every place. Wherever we're asked, we go. We don't put it in a newspaper. We're not there for publicity. We're there to help our veterans.
Thank you very much, Al. Thank you, gentlemen.
One other thing. This, I think it's an earring, pearl, was laying right there. I don't know whose it is. I know it's not mine.
Thank you, Ted.
Oh, good, nice. Could be mine.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and staff members of the city. My name is Daniel Powers. Tonight I'm here representing Long Road Grand Haven here on Washington Avenue. I personally have been a longtime member of the city here, a resident. Like I said, I serve for the Grand Haven Long Road Distillers, located here at 18 Washington Avenue. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of Long Road, considering the resolution to approve the Council of Washington Avenue, Harbor Drive to First Street. We enthusiastically support this proposal. As I know you are all aware, challenges of COVID-19 the past 2 years have been difficult for individuals and businesses alike, but we commend the city for their bold leadership and proactive approach as they rethink on how to create a vibrant, walkable, engaging, and sustainable downtown. The closure of Washington the past 2 summers helped create an outdoor dining environment to ensure that Long Road could provide a safe, vibrant service during times of uncertainty, but believe also demonstrated increased pedestrian activity, helped foster increased vibrance and energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We believe the full closure of Washington with increased programmatic support from our partners from the DDA, the city, are crucial in the phase of downtown evolution, and we are excited about being partners and helping the community continue to be the best lakeshore downtown in West Michigan. Thank you again for your consideration, and we hope we continue to support this.
Thank you, sir. All right, I think we're moving on. Pat, no phone calls?
No phone calls, Your Honor.
At this time, we're scheduled to hear from Ryan Kilpatrick, the Executive Director of Ottawa County's Housing Next. Mr. Kilpatrick, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk. I know that this is a short window of time, so I'll try to keep it brief. But I wanted to make sure that you all had a clear background on what Housing Next is, what we do in the community, and we've got an updated set of data that we just renewed in late 2021 that I wanted to share with you to be sure that we're all on the same page about housing needs in Ottawa County, and specifically in Northwest Ottawa County. So briefly, Housing Next was created in 2017 with funding from the Grand Haven Area Community Foundation. The president of the Community Foundation, Hadley Strang, is one of my co-chairs. Joy Gash is one of my board members. And we spend a lot of time thinking about how do we solve for our housing needs across all of Ottawa County, the broader region, and in particular in Northwest Ottawa County. So I want to talk a little bit about what our needs are and give you some perspective on how we think we might be able to move forward. But the first thing I want to do is really both celebrate and congratulate the entire city on your participation with Michigan Community Capital on the Robinson Landing project. I think this is going to be a model project that is celebrated across the state of Michigan. Frankly, I think we're starting to see interest in this project from communities outside of Michigan. And it was really due to, first, Pat McGinnis flagging this property as an opportunity, and second, the collaboration of the City Council with Michigan Community Capital and Ottawa County to utilize all of the tools and resources available to it to make the project happen. And really a big congratulations to Rhonda Klein for spearheading the creation of a community land trust to ensure that we could keep 15 of those 30 units affordable for the long term. So what's really incredible about this project is you'll see that last bullet at the bottom. Michigan Community Capital is offering a handful of those homes at under $150,000 price points. That's a price point that's frankly unheard of in almost anywhere in West Michigan right now. The average home is selling for more than $450,000, the new construction. So to build a brand new structure and sell it for almost $300,000 less than the community-wide average is a really testament to the work that's been done by the city, testament to the partnership with Michigan Community Capital and all of the work that's gone in along the way. Another project I wanted to quickly highlight is a project that we've been helping to spearhead down in Holland Township, just to give you an example of some of the other kinds of projects that we have been working on across the county. This is funded using the federal tax credit program in partnership with the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. It's a for-profit development company, but we'll be able to produce just under 200 new dwelling units that are affordable to our regional workforce. So this is primarily affordable to households who are earning between $25,000 and $70,000 a year. Believe it or not, a majority of those households are priced out of the traditional market rate market. A family of four earning less than $75,000 a year tends not to be able to afford housing in Ottawa County today.
Can I ask a quick question about that one? Is it rentals or is it condominiums? Are they purchasing or renting?
This particular project is rentals. The Robinson Landing, as I'm sure you know, is for sale. We are working on a couple of multifamily for sale projects across the county that are condominium style home ownership, but attached. And we do think we need more of that product across the community. And it's a great way to provide for more affordable for sale product with less subsidy. So this is a brief picture of what our data looks like when we compare the 2018 housing needs assessment that we conducted to the 2020-21 housing needs assessment. Over the course of the COVID pandemic, we started to recognize that we were seeing some significant shifts in the market, an acceleration of trends that we had seen previously that were getting more and more exacerbated. And so what you can see here in the numbers is the dramatic increase in demand for rental units for the workforce. So for those households that are earning between $25,000 and $50,000 a year, we had a pretty significant spike in demand in those categories. Whereas we had a decline in demand for that market rate rental housing, And frankly, I think that's also due in part to the great work that the city of Grand Haven has done to enable accommodation of additional market rate rental units in downtown, as well as our partners across Northwest Ottawa County who have allowed for more housing in the rental category, that market rate top tier rental category. A quick data point for you in terms of rental, we're seeing more and more high income earners choosing to rent lately. Part of it is because there's a scarcity of for sale product in the marketplace. Part of it is because jobs are so transitional in our current economy. We have a lot of folks who don't want to commit to buying a home because 2 or 3 years down the road they may decide to move to another community. And so we are seeing folks earning upwards of $100,000 or more who are choosing to rent. And so continuing to think about that broad gamut of renters that we have in the community and how do we serve that market, while also recognizing that when we don't have enough product for those high income earners and our low and moderate income earners, it's always the high income earners who win. We don't have mechanisms to keep high income earners out. And so what we have to think about is how do we provide enough supply for both the workforce and those high income earners who want to live in the community.
Ryan, could you speak a little bit to how your methodology behind how you conduct your needs assessment?
Yes. So we partner with a national firm, Bowen National Research. They use a combination of census data, credit card data to understand folks' spending habits. They look at economic development data. So what they're looking at is where is job creation happening? What kinds of jobs are being created? What are the price points for those jobs? What are both the macro trends across the Midwest, in the state of Michigan and in West Michigan? And what do we know is happening on the ground in terms of new job creation and what are those price points? And so using all of that data and then also evaluating what is the age of our housing stock and the quality and condition as inventoried by the census, we can begin to understand how many new units need to be created to support job creation and to support population growth, and how many units need to be replaced based on the age and condition of older housing in the community, housing that is just getting to be past that 80 or 100-year mark and hasn't been well maintained. Some of those houses need to be replaced. Same goes for rental product. A lot of times rental product that hasn't been well maintained for the last 70 or 80 years needs to be replaced. And so that's included in these numbers.
Okay, and so they're total numbers for all of Northwest Ottawa County.
Yes, so these numbers represent Ferrysburg, Spring Lake, Grand Haven Township, and Spring Lake Township. That's the geographic area. And that's an excellent question because part of what we're working on advocating for is a more regional approach to solutions rather than me individually coming to each community and asking with my hat out, how do you solve for your share? The preference would be, how do we collectively think about what our needs are across the region? And also, how do we look beyond the Ottawa-Muskegon County border and have more dialogue with southern Muskegon County about how do we collectively solve for our needs?
I just wondered because there's a very big jump here in some of the needs. And if one of the variables is job creation, I just wonder where that's happening precisely in Northwest Ottawa County.
Yeah. So the best person to ask that question is in the audience, and it's Joy Gash. She's got her finger on the pulse of job creation. So if at the end of this I can point to Joy, I bet she can.
Actually, we can just follow up. Maybe she can help me a little bit with your study. That'd be fine.
That'd be great. Thank you. It looks like the formatting for this slide changed a little bit, but so we're missing a couple of data points, but I'll talk through it very briefly. In essence, what we're seeing here is the most dramatic increase in demand for housing we've seen not only in Ottawa County, but our demographic researcher, Bowen National Research, says this is the most dramatic increase he's seen in the 20 years he's been doing this work. And where you're seeing that there is in that market rate for sale housing priced at $250,000 and above. And so what I want to be clear about is there are some positive elements to this, right? There are a lot of households who are being drawn into Northwest Ottawa County right now for a number of reasons. We saw a lot of folks decide to retire during the COVID pandemic, and in those choices to retire, they've decided they want to be in the best place they can think of. And Northwest Ottawa County is a pretty darn good place to be in the state of Michigan, let alone the Midwest. But what we're also seeing is competition for a limited supply of housing. And so when we have a lot of folks, especially high-earning folks, who say, hey, we want to go live in this really great place that is Northwest Ottawa County, but there are only 30 or 40 houses for sale at any given moment, that's when we start to see these bidding wars occur. When we start to see folks making offers that are $30,000 and $40,000 over asking price, all cash offers. Those are the kinds of things we're seeing in the real estate market because there's so little supply available. Now, part of that is, again, due to the COVID pandemic. There's a lot of people who are choosing not to list their homes because they're not certain what they'll do next. But part of it is also due to the fact that the region is growing, and we have more people who want to live in the community than we have available housing. So the result is when we have a lack of supply and a lot of demand, price goes up. We're unlikely to see price come back down. This isn't the same kind of housing bubble we saw in 2006 and 2007 that was underwritten, frankly, by faulty mortgage practices. This is underwritten by basic supply and demand, basic economics 101. So we're going to continue to see this escalation of housing prices over time, and we'll continue to see households being priced out who would otherwise want to live in the community. So this is, I know that you got this in your packet earlier, I don't have to talk you through everything. Really briefly, when we talk about home ownership or when we talk about rental product, we've got to think about a lot of factors that go into cost. That includes the cost of land, the cost of utilities and infrastructure, as well as the sticks and the bricks that are required to build the housing unit. And when we factor all those things in together, it tends to be much more efficient and much more productive from a local community standpoint to offer more choices, a range of housing choices from small single-family homes, small cottages, you might say, to townhouses, to attached condominiums, to apartments, to big single-family homes on large lots. All of those choices are needed in the marketplace. And historically, Grand Haven has done a great job of offering all of those choices in the marketplace. And what we need to continue to do is make opportunities for those choices to occur, both on vacant lots and on lots that need to be redeveloped across Northwest Ottawa County. Grand Haven has really stepped up in our conversations about how do we provide more housing. And so what we want to do is continue to share this message with all of our communities and look for opportunities in the city of Grand Haven. Again, when we talk about attached multifamily, those can be both for sale and for rent. When we're not talking about for-profit development, when we're just talking about what's the cost to construct, we can still construct single-family condominiums in an attached format for under $200,000. When we start to add in the cost of land and utilities and parking and all of those things, the cost escalates. But there are opportunities where the community decides they're appropriate to solve for some of our housing needs. And so essentially what we're asking for is, how do we partner, right? How do we find ways to provide more housing where we need it most and do it in a context-appropriate way, where you all feel like, yes, that's the right building in the right location and it's doing the thing that we need it to do in the community. So this is a slide I would normally share with townships. Beyond the 6 acres that you've already made available at Robinson Landing, we probably don't have a lot more property to build subdivisions in the city of Grand Haven, so I'll skip through that one. But I do want to allow the message to resonate that we need more housing of all types and price points, and that home ownership can look a lot of different ways. It doesn't have to be just single-family homes on individual lots. It can be attached or detached. It can be stacked. It can be side by side. And finding more ways to provide that kind of housing supply is really important to us. And it also happens to produce more taxable value per acre and more taxable value per linear foot of infrastructure that's being provided than just about any other type of land use. So this kind of housing product actually tends to produce more taxable value per linear foot of infrastructure than does a large home on a large lot. There are caveats to that, but we can talk through the math if anybody's ever interested in that. So this is the last slide I want to share. When we look at the overall amount of housing that we need in the community, if we were to actually solve for the price points that are needed in every family that is working to live in Grand Haven and Northwest Ottawa County, the amount of subsidy that we would need is roughly $80,000 to $100,000 per family based on existing policy across Northwest Ottawa County. We've created a lot of barriers to new housing supply in the community. And it's not unique to Northwest Ottawa County, it's happening all over the state and all over the country. But if we were to actually solve for that philanthropically, if we were going to say, let's subsidize every one of those households that can't afford to live in the community, it's nearly $150 million of subsidy just to solve for the next 5 years. So our philosophy is we need a public policy approach and we need a philanthropic approach. We've got to combine those two things together. We can't solve for this just by subsidizing our way through it. We want to find market rate opportunities to solve for our housing need, and again, continue to do it in context-sensitive ways so that we're putting the right buildings in the right locations. And so the last thing I'll say is we'd love to partner with you, we'd love to partner with all of the other communities in Northwest Ottawa County and find a regional approach to solving for our overall housing demand. Happy to take any questions.
We got questions?
Ryan, if you had to do Robinson Landing over again, would you have done it as a LIHTC deal and built like you did in Holland?
In that location, honestly, I'm not sure that we would have wanted to do a LIHTC deal there. Part of the reason for that is there are relatively wet soils there.
Okay.
And so we need a little bit more land area to allow that stormwater to disperse.
Okay.
If we were to have done a more dense project with a lot more parking, I think we would have had a hard time handling stormwater there.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Ryan? Yep, go
Yep,
ahead,
I
Ryan.
have a few things. Thank you, Ryan, for being here. I learn tons from you every time that I hear you speak. And it's not just at council meetings or planning commission meetings. I mean, you're speaking all over the place on this, and you have some really excellent knowledge. You know, so as we talk about that mix of housing types, is there any, and you talked about how, you know, look, we're not talking about values going down if we're increasing the, you know, the supply side. It's not like all of a sudden your value is just going to drop because, you know, extra units are brought on. Is there any, you know, evidence out there that 2-unit dwellings or multifamily dwellings and adding those types of housing types into neighborhoods reduces value of, say, single-family homes?
So it's all context relative. What does not happen is in a market rate neighborhood where you provide more market rate supply, we do not see a decrease in property value. In fact, we see a greater stabilization of property value. There were a lot of studies done through the foreclosure crisis that illustrated that neighborhoods that had a diversity of housing supply fared much better in terms of the number of foreclosures per 100 units than did neighborhoods that were all single family. So diversity of product type actually stabilizes the neighborhood and improves values overall. Now the caveat here is when we have neighborhoods that are concentrations of poverty today and we add more affordable housing into concentrated poverty, that can precipitate a continued decline in property value. So typically what we would advocate for is mixed income neighborhoods where a majority or a preponderance of the housing is market rate and we're adding a little bit of affordability wherever we can, but in small doses, right? And so typically what happens then is we get greater stabilization, and what we get is households that are starting out in affordable housing, whether it's a market rate affordable housing unit that is a duplex, right? It's just more affordable because it was less expensive to build, or it's a subsidized project. What we're doing is creating a ladder of opportunity within the neighborhood. Meaning I might need less expensive housing today, but 3 years from now, I'm working towards a promotion. And when I get that promotion, I'd like to be able to stay in the neighborhood. I'd like my kids to stay in their school. I'd like to continue to walk to all of the same things I've always walked to. But if I suddenly have to move across town to a different neighborhood because I don't have that ladder of opportunity in terms of housing choices, then we're disrupting my kids' lives and my spouse's lives and all of those cascading impacts.
Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of termed that's a more equitable approach, perhaps, right? When we talk about equity and that value.
I'm gonna interrupt you, Ryan.
Okay.
And I'm gonna close the special session, and Ryan Kilpatrick, if you will stick around, Ryan Cummins can finish his questions after we open the regular city council meeting. Thank you very much. I'm going to adjourn. Do I need a motion for this, city clerk? Okay, then I'm gonna adjourn the special city council meeting. Unless anybody objects, I'm going to shift straight into the regular city council meeting of Grand Haven City Council, February 21st, 2022, is hereby called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fritz,
Here.
Councilmember Lowe,
Here.
Councilmember Cummins,
Here?
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
You have a quorum, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our invocation this evening is going to be delivered by Major William Holman of the Grand Haven Salvation Army. And will you please rise for the invocation and join us afterward for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Dear gracious God, we come before you at this time, and as we consider the issues that are going to rise this evening, we just pray that you would be with all the decisions, that you would direct the people in charge on how they should vote and how they should direct their decisions. May we all be blessed by your Holy Spirit as we lean on you and strengthen us for the days to come. And this we pray in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Major Holman.
You're welcome.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Seated. Right, I'm going to need some advice here, Kelly, on where to resume the special work session.
I was going to ask that we add that under approval and consent and regular agendas that apparently got left off inadvertently.
Yeah. I'm sorry, say it again, Pat.
When we get to the approval of the consent and regular agendas, I was going to ask you to add that on. It apparently got inadvertently left off the agenda tonight.
Okay, that sounds fine. So we're going to shift straight to appointments of new boards and commission members. And I have a nomination. I'm delighted to have a nomination for Sally Creason. I wonder if I could get a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay, I got so moved by Fritz. Any second?
Second.
Second by Cummins. This is a, let me find my notes. There we go. I am delighted to nominate Miss Sally Creason to fill a vacancy on the Musical Fountain Committee with a term that expires June 30th, 2024. Ms. Creason is a true legacy appointee. Her grandfather, William Creason, the youngest mayor in Grand Haven's history, brought the musical fountain to the city of Grand Haven in 1963. The fountain was Dr. Creason's brainchild, envisioned after seeing a similar fountain in a nightclub in West Berlin when he served in the United States Navy. Dr. Creason was also a passionate, lifelong advocate for open space along our riverfront. During her interview, Ms. Creason told me she and her brother were regularly taken to Dewey Hill by their grandfather and father to work on both the fountain and the nativity scene as children. As an active, agile child, she scrambled up the nativity scene figures to change out light bulbs. The fountain is a family legacy, and she would like to serve the community and preserve the Creason link to one of Grand Haven's most beloved traditions. It's my honor to nominate her, and I would entertain a motion to confirm her.
I believe you for a vote.
Got it?
Have one.
All right.
We already have that.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
I believe we have to have discussion.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
if you'd like to.
Discussion on the motion.
So I have no objections to your nomination, Your Honor, but I want to point out just a point of order that I discussed previously with the city clerk. We've made some significant strides in tightening up some of our processes and protocols, and one of the ones that I discussed with City Clerk Callie Beatty is injecting, he's been very instrumental in injecting some new thinking in what we need to do. So it's with that I'm going to recommend that going forward after tonight, that we, council confirms the mayor's nominations for appointments in one meeting, and then we hold the swearing in the next meeting. Doing this just for an issue of transparency and from an Open Meetings Act, we wouldn't want to imply that there's been some agreement in advance or discussion outside of this meeting, and that this has all happened in an open forum. So I'm going to make that recommendation going forward, and actually, it was Kelly's suggestion, but I think it's a very good one. And, but I have no objections to your nomination, Your Honor.
I think we'll deal with the nomination on the table, and I would recommend that if that's a recommendation for a change in procedure, we take that up at a separate time.
I think that's what we asked. We needed to do it right before. This was the appropriate time to do it. So I wanted to bring it up.
Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
I could do it before, or, Kelly?
So,
Suggestion, do I do it immediately afterwards, or in the middle of?
I mean, you could definitely add it to new business as something that you'd like to consider. But right now, unless you're going to put this on the table, the nomination, the confirmation of the nomination is what you're going to be voting on, and kind of the matter. So after that, yeah, you could get.
We
the
could make
attention.
another motion at that point in time, just to
Would be a
make the
motion
change.
to add it to the agenda for tonight's meeting?
If you want to add to the agenda, it'd be under approval of the regular and consent agenda, which is the next item up for business. So yeah,
So we'd add it to the consent agenda.
I would
Your
recommend
recommendation.
adding it to new business so you can have discussion.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's up to you where you all would like to add it, but that'd be my personal recommendation, if you're asking.
I asked
for
you, so
Yeah,
I
that'd
said,
be-
where should we bring it up? So I
I
just
would
wanted to
think-
bring it up.
I'd think adding it to the agenda and then having that discussion under new business would be the
Okay,
best way, easiest way to organize it in the minutes for
I'm
me,
good with that, sir.
personally.
All right, any further discussion on the motion to confirm Sally Creason to the Musical Fountain Board? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Your motion carries, your appointment is confirmed.
Is there an oath on this one, Kelly?
Yes.
Would you come out and administer the oath, please?
Hello. We have. Hi. Nice to meet you. Thank you for allowing me to. Oh, good. I, Sally Creason, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of Musical Fountain Committee member in and for the City of Grand Haven, County of Ottawa, and State of Michigan, according to the best of my abilities. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We're at the stage where we approve, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent and regular agendas. It sounds like, how about we start with approval of the consent agenda? Yeah, actually, a motion to approve both.
Yep.
Is there a motion to that effect?
I'd like to remove an item. Do I say that after we make a motion?
Can we
After you
get
get
a,
a
can we get a
motion and
second?
a second, yep.
Yep.
I got motion by Fritz, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Cummins. Discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to remove item D from
I'm sorry, Karen, what's the item?
here. I'd like to remove item D, the reasonable accommodations under ADA, and item K from the consent agenda and move it to new business, 11D and E. Kelly?
All right, I got those.
Anyone else have any?
And should we add that last, Kelly, as well as F?
Yes, I would add that other item at the end of new business.
Kelly, I've got a couple more I want you to move
Okay.
to new business. I want to move F.
That's what you,
I want to move G. And I think we need to move K, I believe.
Councilmember Lowe already suggested removing
Oh, I'm
K.
sorry, I didn't hear K.
Are you all okay if we just take those in order and put them on the end? So we'd consider them under new business after the current new business is D, F, G, and K. And then add the,
If you could just run them off for me, then I can be okay with that.
okay.
So,
So that would put under new business, item D would be current item D under the consent agenda, which is approve a resolution in support of providing reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act for elected officials and members of boards and commissions. E under new business would be approve a revised request of the approved Kenzie's BE Cafe special event request to add into the event amplified sound and commercial Jeep vendors interspersed throughout the Jeeps on Saturday, May 14th, 2022 from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Item F under new business would be approve 2 special event requests from Merchant Maker to be held in the green space of Chinook Pier and the parking lot on Saturday, July 9th and Saturday, August 13th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Item G under new business would be authorize a mayoral response to a letter dated January 10th, 2022 from Field Right Chart, Grand Haven Energy Organization regarding a request of City Council to undertake an independent study to evaluate the Grand Haven Board of Light and Power's long-range energy plan. And then if you were wanting to add as H under new business, the consideration of approving appointments and then at one meeting and then at the subsequent meeting swearing in individuals who were confirmed under appointment.
All right, are we going
Thank
to
you.
consider all those together?
No, those would all be separate points on, you can consider that whole amendment together, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I have a quick question also of Pat. Pat, on C, the hold harmless clause, is that not something we need to discuss? It's something you'll take care of?
Yeah, if we approve it, we won't sign it unless we get that straightened out. We didn't get a call back from the company today, so we'll just approve it tonight and then get that straightened out before we sign the contract.
Yeah, and then I was going, did we say A is one we're going to look at again or not? Is A on the list?
I think she
Kelly?
said K, I thought she said.
K, all right, I want to talk about, that's probably why I didn't get K. I want to talk about a minor adjustment to the minutes for the regular meeting on February 7th, and I sent it to Kelly. It's just a name change to correctly identify one of the people who spoke at the February 7th meeting.
And I've made that correction. I haven't sent that out yet, but it is just the correction of a first name on one of the members of public comment.
Anybody got any reservations about that? Okay, so we don't need to bring A out. All right, thank you.
And then just to clarify for continuing our work session, when are we gonna continue that?
We want to pick that up right after call to the audience.
Okay,
That would be okay?
sounds good.
So, any further discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lowe,
Just to check, is this for the approval of the consent and regular agendas?
as amended, yes.
Great. Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes?
Your agendas are approved as amended.
All right. At this time, members of the audience may address council on any item, whether on the agenda or not. Those addressing council are asked to provide their name and address and will be limited to 3 minutes of speaking time. Council will hear all comments for future consideration, but will not have a response at this time. Those not physically present who would like to call in may dial 616-935-3285. If it continues ringing, please remain on the line until your turn. We will take all callers tonight. We got anyone in the audience who'd like to address the council?
My name is Doug Vance. I'm the owner of the Copper Post in downtown Grand Haven, and I brought a little history lesson with me tonight. It was kind of as a last second thought. This is a picture of the Copper Post 150 years ago this year. It's interesting to hear the discussion on dwellings. The Copper Post is also a dwelling place for 11, well, actually more than 11 residents. We have 11 apartments above us, and there's more than 11 residents that live there. One of the problems that we have, and I'm going to leave an envelope for all of you council members, I sent a letter about a year ago to the council because I've been told over and over and over and over and over again that the council is responsible for parking downtown. After sending that letter, I was not even acknowledged. I mean, nobody responded at all. And I've got 5 solutions, my solutions to the potential parking problems down there, but nobody even bothered to respond. I'm going to reveal a picture that I've had that has been a dream of mine. I've lived in, 75 years ago, I was brought into Grand Haven and been rabble-rousing the town off and on since then. But this is a picture of the Copper Post as I would envision it. The building is 150 years old. Something has to be done with it. It's not going to get tore down. The residents of Grand Haven would have a conniption. And I wouldn't propose that. But I entered into an agreement 4 years ago, we're just beginning our 5th year as the Copper Post, on a lease with an option to purchase. I have a 5-year out. Something is not done with parking, it's going to be somebody else's problem, because I've had it up to here. I've got employees, I've got tenants that are constantly being ticketed during the summertime. They're residents of the city of Grand Haven, and they cannot park close to their residence. There are multiple solutions, and I'll leave you with my letter from a year ago, now that we have a new council. Maybe you're more willing to look at that. But something needs to be done. And if I'm gonna move forward with this plan, something needs to be done with parking, because it's not going to happen without that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
My name is Oliver Champagne. I reside at 509 North Lake Avenue, Spring Lake, Michigan nowadays, but I have been a Grand Haven student. I graduated last year as a class president, and here to speak about the recreational use being opened. So I've already told you guys this, but I'm a medical marijuana user. I support recreational use, and honestly today I'm here to express my frustration a little bit more. So this is my 3rd time asking. I was at the Planning Commission as well as the City Council meeting last time, and I asked to do a survey. I haven't really heard much more there, and it seems like some of you maybe don't want the answer to that one. Again, I also want to tackle, there's a lot of stigma about this, from people bringing up issues of substance abuse, crime rates increasing, which is no evidence to prove that would happen, to issues of just words of quality of life and community values and the smell and all these things. And the issue is, first of all, it's already here. It's been here. People are going out of Grand Haven, going to Exit 9 or other places to buy it, so it's not like it's not already here. I don't know how quality of life would be diminished, and I don't know what the idea of community values is, because it seems like you might not even be asking the community, personally. As to substance abuse, the best way to help tackle substance abuse is first to legalize it and then educate the public. If you want people to use it properly, you need to first give them the options to do so. Marijuana is a healing drug. It does a lot of things for people. Personally, for me, it helps with my ADHD. I have back pain from scoliosis. I have back surgery. And also, it kind of just helps with anxiety. So, I honestly, no offense to any of you up here, but I think this is somewhat childish. Now we're throwing out names and saying that people are being funded and all these things, and it's like, no one in here, I personally think, wants you guys to be doing that. It's ridiculous, really. You guys are meant to be elected as leaders and make decisions and try and actually listen to the community and represent them. And honestly, we're spending so much time on such a small issue when we have so much more important things to do. It's honestly ridiculous. So I hope that you guys can move forward and actually have real conversations and stop this like dilly-dallying. If you want to know what the community thinks, do a survey. I don't know why that hasn't already been done. It's silly. There's a lot more important issues, especially with Harbor Island. I mean, even with the issue that he had mentioned earlier. So personally, I think this is why people get so frustrated with government. Because there's so much of this just slow-moving things, but no one actually wants to do anything. Personally, some of you I have met with, and some of you are impossible to meet. So if you really want to know the community, first of all, it'd be nice if you guys made it easier to meet with you guys and actually got in contact and stuff. He's mentioning as well, a whole year, he hasn't heard back from anyone. So I don't understand how you guys think you know the community when you won't even, some of you won't even take the steps to learn. So I hope you guys can move forward on that, and thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Oliver.
Good evening. Jim Hagan, 400 Lake. I'd like to talk a little bit about the proposed closure of Washington between Harbor and First. And first of all, I've discussed it with a few of the shop owners, and there are many shops not associated with food and liquor that depend on the Washington Street traffic and parking. And closing Washington Street, it'll remove 22 parking spots. And we've just heard that parking is a huge issue. And I brought up in the past, funding of snowmelt using parking fees, and I was told, oh, this is terrible. If we do something to parking, it's going to kill business. Okay, so we're talking about taking another 22 out. So this is going to create some winners and losers. In my mind, the winners are going to be the restaurants and the liquor establishments. The losers, probably some of our long-term stores who have been there. I don't think it's fair for the city to do that to long-term businesses. I know we have business owners on the council. If Koeman Court was closed, how would that affect business? If the rentals had parking taken away, how would that affect business? I think it would have a very negative effect on business. I know it helps with social districting, but my gosh, just last fall we said, let's see how that works out. And then I was shocked when I read the agenda and I saw that the proposal is to close that block down. And in addition, I don't think we should let the sidewalk be taken up with permanent porch extensions such as on Log Road distilleries. I've been walking around that all winter. We only have one block of sidewalk now in between the porch and the tree with the grating around it that's flipped up on one end. I don't think that's what we want downtown. And I don't understand why that's being allowed and why it's not removed during non-summer months. I think that's totally ridiculous not removing it. I think that shows favoritism to one specific shop owner, and I don't think it should be allowed. And the other thing about closing down that block, have we thought about where the traffic's going to go? I was parking at the UPS the other day, and I tried to make a left on Columbus. I had to wait like 2, 3, 4 minutes to make one left. So if we're coming down Washington and we're saying, oh, you're going to have to go to the parking lot, go around Columbus on, we have one lane. It's not going to work. The other way is going down South First. Okay, we can divert all the traffic there. How's that going to work out for the residents on Franklin, excuse me. I don't think it's going to work out very well. So I'm asking to not approve it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Good evening. Steve Birch, 132 Dale Court. Members of the council, Your Honor, I'm here once again to ask for your help in resolving the snow removal in the winter and the sand removal issue on Harbor Drive. It is an issue that is longstanding, unfortunately. We thought we would be able to work with the city administration. We find that we basically are running loggerheads into the Department of Public Works, who seem to be clinging to I'll get it out here, a rather ossified policy that was instituted over 50 years ago, and it frankly no longer is relevant to today. People today would like more bent on exercise. We feel that we're not getting the support we would like to see from the administration. It is an issue, a recurring issue. It has frankly galvanized the Grand Avenue neighborhood. Those who are here, those who aren't here. In as much as Grand is a feeder street down, it is our only way to get down to the lakefront. It's our only way to get to the state park, to the channel, to the downtown area. Now, the DPW has said, well, we plow on the east side of Harbor Street down by Prospect leading into the city, but that doesn't help us residents of Grand, Dale, Crescent, Gladys, what have you. There is no other way to get down there. It would seem to me as though it's time to enact a fresh vision in this policy and to help the residents out generally as well as in that particular area. 50-some years ago, we didn't have these articulated front-end loaders that are tailor-made for the sidewalks. I don't know specifically how many of these implements the city has. I think it's 2 or 3, and the cost easily, I would think, with the attachments is over $100,000. We're asking for the city to instruct the administration, DPW, make use of those. It's not a monumental task. I don't think it's a Herculean task to take care of the sidewalk that abuts the street that is done regularly. I don't think that's asking too much. It is a request. It is in fact an expectation that's in your master plan. I think there's over 10 references to walkability. This is all we're asking for. Sure would appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Eileen Redeker, 125 Dale Court. I'm here requesting the same thing. I'd like to tell you a story. I was here some 25, I'm old. I'm very old. And one thing about being old is old people remember. And I am an elephant. And I was here probably, 25 years ago, and Harbor was being built. And they decided at that time, maybe we should have 3 lanes and no sidewalk. And as we were discussing that, we decided maybe it would be better to be plowed, and we could have 3 lanes plowed and no sidewalk. A lot of citizens thought, oh, great idea. Then people could walk on the 3rd lane, and it would be easier, and it would always be plowed. Well, at that time, the city council, in all of its wisdom, said, oh no. And I was standing at this very podium, probably it doesn't look that old, but anyway, I was standing here, and they said, oh no, we'll build a sidewalk. Not too great of a sidewalk because it's always cracked. But anyway, they built the sidewalk, and the mayor looked at me and said, Eileen, over my dead body, that sidewalk will always be plowed. Well, she was very prophetic. Anyway, that's the story. Now I look and I see that the city manages to plow the sidewalk in front of the state park. Looks nice there. There are 3 lanes there too. But now, where there are 2 lanes, and when we have to drive and always go over the yellow line and nearly run over all of the runners, all of the walkers, all of the people who have moved here so that they can walk from the other side of the highway and walk all to make their 6-mile, 2-mile, 1-mile walk, and always want to be around the lake, we have to go over on the other side of the lanes because they can't walk on the sidewalk. Somehow, our wonderful machines stop after the 3 lanes. They stop. It's always clean in front of the state park, but not in front of our city harbor island, harbor place. I just wonder why we can't have it where we can use it.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'm Bill Rediker. I live at the same address, 125 Deal Court. I'm not quite as old, but on the other hand, it also has a couple other things. I noticed today, it happened at 9:50 a.m., a girl was running south of Nodo's on what would be a sidewalk, but it was probably covered by 2 feet of ice and snow, and she was running up there, and I was thinking if she falls or slips on the ice, she's going to slip right on top of a car. Which reminds me, many times driving home, we have to cross the double yellow line because people are running. They can't get on the sidewalk, so they're running in the road, and so there's no really way to drive through there. So it really would help if we could get that sidewalk cleared. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just have to ask a question. City Manager McGinnis, many people come up and speak, and I know we're not supposed to respond to them, but some of them are voicing their opinions on various issues. When we have an issue like this that hasn't been resolved, who responds to that? Because they're explaining what's happened, but do we investigate? What happens to that question or statement? Do we respond?
Typically, when people show up and we don't have anything on the agenda, we listen to their concerns and then discuss how we might respond. And tonight, under City Manager Reports, there is an item on this very topic. So since your last meeting when this was brought up, staff's worked on it some and found out an awful lot, and we'll discuss it more tonight during the City Manager Report.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tim Riley. I represent the Kirby House. Do you need my address at home? Or anyways, I just wanted to bring up...
Sir, who do you represent?
Represent the Kirby House downtown to Washington. I wanted to reiterate what Daniel said earlier a little bit about the social district expansion. Obviously, I support it, and I think it's important to recognize it's not just about food and beverage there. That's a great space for tourists and locals to gather, to meet, to hang out. They might be getting a cup of coffee. They might bring a picnic and sit there. It's about a space that people can gather, right? We have proven that we're good stakeholders on taking care of the space we have. We demonstrated we can do that. I think this expands the opportunity for other people to enjoy that space without having to purchase if they don't want to. It gives them a space to hang out, to meet their family, meet their friends. And I know we're planning on putting music out there more often. That'll be part of that space too, I hope. Create some entertainment for that area. But I wanted to reiterate what Daniel said. I think it's a good plan, and I support it wholly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Good evening, Council. Kara Galbavi. My home address is 17940 Cove in Spring Lake, but I am a business owner here, 128 Columbus, Kara Galbavi Law, and the chair of the Main Street DDA Authority. And I just really wanted to stand up here, take a short, brief time to remind you that from the DDA's perspective and city rules, we are an advisory board to all of you, and the decision tonight for the outdoor dining was not made lightly with the board, with the DDA. We have a committee structure, and so that decision was held in committee for a period of time. Lots of research, lots of input from various stakeholders and constituents, along with the public, was taken into account, and that went from one committee to another committee and then to the board. So we do a lot of the grunt work to advise you on our opinion, and I just wanted to bring that just as a reminder. I know a lot of you come to our meetings from time to time, and we welcome you always. So just keep that in the back of your mind, that a lot of the grunt work that you might be having questions about has already been done. Thank you.
You do have a few phone calls waiting, Your Honor. Let me know when you'd like me to get those.
Annika Birch, 132 Dale Court, and I'm a sidewalk person. It's a hot topic in our neighborhood. I see an awful lot of faces right here of that end of the city. That is a major artery for us. There is constant walking, biking, running, strollers, you name it. It's a nonstop thoroughfare for us. And we would love to see more vigilance. In the winter, yes, you can do it. In the summer, especially for biking. We just talked to a couple this morning that were walking in the street. They're a retired couple. And I talked with her, and they hop on bikes. She's wiped out on her bike, as I have, on not that much sand. And when we come from our homes biking, we head right downtown for all the festivities, shops, restaurants, and it is a joy when those sidewalks are clean and nice. I don't have to get off my bike 6 times a trip. But it's a safety issue as well. I have wiped out, fallen, and I look and think, well, there's not that much sand, but doggone it, when it's done, it's fabulous. Also, I want to say with the biking, we have beautiful new bike racks, so whoever's responsible for those, thank you so much for those. Let's make this more bike-friendly for all of us, walkers, bikers, strollers, beach carts, the works. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mary?
Hello. I'm Mary Janice. I live at 8 Clinton, and I own Calico Cat at 10 Washington. And I'm here to talk about the closing the first block. And I only heard about that 2 days ago, so as a store owner, I would have thought that maybe we would have been reached out to give our opinions on it. I'm all for the restaurants having extra space. I understand the problems. Last year we had, well, we didn't have any access to the front of our store down the street, unless it was near the end of the other block, or near the end of the block. I understand that possibly we'll have more access if they close the street down totally. I did speak with Jeremy today. I have a problem with it being from May 1st through October 1st. That's nearly half a year of no access, no good access to my storefront. I do have some questions about the traffic going down First, both directions, to get out to the beach. I also have questions about whether alcohol, I know with this new social district, we've had people in the store with open containers. I just think that's a little strange in a family community. We also, over the years, have had groups of teens that have congregated, and I think teens have every right to pick places to go to, but we've had lots of problems with going into open spaces. So I just kind of want to know, how is that going to be watched or policed or whatever? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Yep, thank you.
Jerry McCaleb, 1235 Slayton, and this is the first I heard about closing the first block of Washington. In fact, I was really kind of hoping that come this summer that those awful concrete barricades would come down and we'd actually be able to drive east and west on Washington Street again after a few years of having to figure out how to get around your own city, because there's got to be concrete barriers down the middle of your street, and the restaurants have to be expanded out. That's not what I was going to talk about, but that's just an aside. What I came here to talk about, well, I got a phone call from a old friend the other day saying, you know, I was trying to remember about the election. Who was campaigning on recreational marijuana being sold in Grand Haven during the election? Who had that as part of their platform? And she says, because I don't remember. Do you remember? And I said, no, I don't remember. I remember a lot of talk about money, a lot of talk about pensions, a lot of talk about the city going broke. But I don't think anybody campaigned on recreational marijuana. But here it is. It seems to be in the paper all the time. It seems to be a huge topic of discussion and a huge push. And I question that myself, is that if this was somebody's hot topic agenda, maybe they should have talked about it during the election and not right after the election. And as far as, because I appreciate folks that are standing up against this or looking to look into it. What are the legal ramifications for doing this? How much control do we have over where shops are going to be and all? Because I don't think that's an easy question. So when it says in there about the Planning Commission is going to have plenty of time to really look at this, I really hope that they take a really good and hard look at this. And for those who think that this has nothing to do with anything, here is the Tribune from a few days ago that says local law enforcement reports dramatic jump in crystal meth. And I don't know how many people that use crystal meth didn't start with something a little more fun than like marijuana, just to get started in that. So I hope that that y'all look at that and really take that into consideration as to the implications of what you're doing to the city of Grand Haven, you being now the city fathers and mothers. And I got to hand it to the guy that came up here to say, gosh, I started a medical marijuana business and I'm not making enough money, so I think you ought to do recreational so I can do better in my business. I'm sure there's a lot of business owners that would feel the same way and say, geez, I'm not doing as good in my business as I should. Why doesn't City Council pass an ordinance to make my business more profitable? So thanks you all for listening, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, we got phone calls, Pat? Hang
yes,
on, wait. It looks like Field's up. Field?
Hi, everybody. Field Reichart, temporarily at 317 Lakeview in Spring Lake. Mayor McNally, members of the council, a couple quick history things. My father and the downtown retailers made the first closed Main Street shopping mall in the United States in 1957. It was an experiment. It didn't work because there was no off-street parking, and we had a very rainy summer. But it was the cover story in Business Week magazine had a picture from the steeple of the Reformed Church up the main street of Grand Haven, showing fashion shows, kids' playgrounds. They brought in potted trees. It was actually a very cool thing. So that was one little history thing that my family was involved with. And the second, which I'm interested in hearing, we were the first retail restaurant in Grand Haven to serve on the main street. That took 3 city council meetings to handle. And that was in the 70s. But it was very interesting. But that's really not why I'm here to talk to you tonight. I appreciate the fact that our city council has 5 distinct members. I had a very good meeting with the mayor a couple days ago about issues with the Board of Light and Power. She is the chairman of the city council, and there are 5 of you that are voting, and I thank you very much for changing the agenda tonight to actually have a discussion about the letter that we wrote. Appreciate that greatly. I'm not going to take my full 3 minutes, but I want to basically give you a quotation, which is something that everybody in this room has heard 1,000 times. You don't know where it comes from. It comes from a guy by the name of Jacques Ellul, who was a French resistance fighter during the Second World War. He was Jewish, survived the war, ended up being a philosopher in France. And his quotation, which we all know, is think globally, act locally. As we look at our power system in this community, we have the opportunity to do some very, very creative things, not looking backward, but looking forward. And I'm very, very pleased that the council has an interest in what we're doing. And I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion this evening, and I'm hoping that we can find a solution to the problem that we've been talking about. This is such a great town. Let's lead. We've, in the past, talking about my own family, we have led. This community have been leaders. Let's lead what's happening in Western Michigan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fields. All right, looks like, Pat, if you've got phone calls, let's hear what we got.
Okay. Go ahead, caller. Thanks for waiting. Go ahead, caller. Thank you for waiting. Could you state your name and address, please?
I also serve on the Recruit and Retain Committee as well as the Main Street Board. I just wanted to speak on the outdoor dining. The Recruit and Retention Committee spent significant time discussing that plan, and we felt it would bring a gathering space, people to eat outside with their families, they could get something to eat. We talked about having some fun games out there. It would just be yet another draw for people to come down to Grand Haven, and then as they're sitting there, they'd look around and enjoy. So again, I just want to share that, this is something that has been in discussion for 6 months. It was not a willy-nilly plan. We really spent time working on it. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Joyce. Go ahead, caller. Could you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Joe Spalding, and I live in Holland on Riley Street. I just wanted to speak briefly on issues B and C of new items of business here. I think that in general, cities opening up their streets is a pretty good thing. I heard some pretty amazing things about increasing walkability from some callers earlier, which I really appreciate. And then I always appreciate hearing Ryan Kilpatrick speak wherever he is. Frankly, after living 3 years in the Bay Area and then moving back, a lot of what he says is sadly not new to me, but it really should be taken as a serious warning sign here, because we're seeing all of the precursors to the housing crisis that has pretty much trampled over the entire Bay Area and is actually gone as far as the Central Valley of your California geography. When it comes to cannabis legalization, there are a few things that I really think that it's important for communities to understand. One is that folks are going to use cannabis and buy cannabis in your community, whether you're selling it there or not. And that means a few different things. It means that the resources from the taxes there are going to be deprived from your kids and from your community for things they need, like clearing ice out of sidewalks and like making sure everybody is secure and you have the police force you need. Those things are going to be denied through that lack of tax revenue. The other thing that's going to happen is it's going to increase the amount of cars on the road, which folks, talk about traffic frequently at these types of city council meetings. And, folks in Grand Haven are going to get cannabis, but they're going to drive Muskegon or all the way down to Saugatuck to get it. And that's going to cause, frankly, more traffic. But for my concern there is the climate. And, the things that we're going to need to do to solve climate change are going to be changes in our everyday lives at the municipal level across medium-sized cities. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jake. Hello, caller. Could you please state your name and address, please?
Yeah, this is Jim Avery, and my address is 12 Washington. I'm calling in to comment representing the Toasted Pickle. We're a little sandwich shop on the 2nd Street or 2nd block of Washington. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the outdoor dining plans. We just heard about the plans a couple days ago, and we're big supporters of the allowing outdoor space, including the 1st block. But would actually like you to consider the 2nd block as well. We had some parking spots designated for outdoor dining last year, and it was honestly wonderful. I have the privilege of working at the shop most days, and we received a ton of feedback, positive feedback both from residents and from visitors. Not just about our space out front in front of the pickle, but then also the other spaces as well, including the 1st block. And so as a business owner, it was beneficial to us, but I think that it's also really important to have spaces for our customers to come. And also, when they do come to the restaurants and bars, they spend time in other places as well, shop at the other businesses, and of course enjoy the rest of Grand Haven. I would add too that one thing that's nice about the outdoor dining in front of the pickle last year was that we're open every day of the week, and also both for lunch and dinner. And so that's kind of nice because some of the places on the 1st block are not always open every day of the week for both lunch and dinner. The other thing I would say is we'd be happy, those at the Toasted Pickle would be happy to work on other options. We're there, I'm there every day, and I'd be happy to work with you on different options and to come up with something that works for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Go ahead, caller. Could you please state your name and address?
Yes, hi, this is Mackenzie Blava. I live at 140 Crescent Drive. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I am also a resident of the Crescent neighborhood, and I have a 9-month-old baby, and I also love to exercise, especially post-baby, and use the sidewalk. So I think that it would be very beneficial for all of the sidewalks to be cleared off, and especially with a stroller, if I have her on my chest, just to feel safe walking on those sidewalks. So I won't take up too much time, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Hello, caller. Could you please state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Jeffrey Miller, and I reside at 1120 South Harbor Drive. I wish to address the council regarding what I believe to now be item 11H for new business regarding the mayoral response to the Grand Haven Energy Organization. Having read the draft of Mayor McNally's proposed response to the Grand Haven Energy Organization letter dated January 10th, I would urge Council not to approve its implementation or execution. The idea to, and I quote, give them, the BLP, a chance to develop and announce their own priorities under the guidance of their new board, unquote, is the same failed strategy of the previous city council, which resulted in over 1,000 people signing a petition to get an objective and independent study. Consider the fact that the change of trustees at the Board of Light and Power was inevitable, since neither incumbent ran for re-election, and the election results did not change the balance of power. Remember, too, that the BLP did not change their 5-year strategic plan just because Mike Westbrook and Andrea Hendrick were elected. And recently, this same group unceremoniously gave the city a bill for over $900,000. However, through the petition drive, town hall meetings, and the ballot box, the citizens of Grand Haven have spoken loud and clear to City Council. The status quo of letting the BLP act independently with no guardrails or direction from City Council is unacceptable. The people have spoken, and now City Council needs to take ownership and demonstrate leadership. While the BLP would of course play an important role in any study, independent sustainability experts are needed to evaluate, assess, and recommend future actions for our entire community. The study will not only help the BLP, but City Hall, local industry, Grand Haven businesses, NGOs, and even individuals will profit from a transparent, unbiased outside study. This study should be funded by all the stakeholders, but report back to City Council. Don't ignore the 1,000 Grand Haven residents who signed a petition simply asking for an independent study to evaluate all sorts of energy, financial, and environmental implications facing Grand Haven now and in the evolving future. Because ultimately, it is you, our newly elected City Council, that makes the important sustainability decisions and sets the standards for our community. Thank you very much.
I think we got one more. Hello, caller. Could you state your name and address, please?
Todd Neal, 1644 Franklin Avenue. I'd just like to call and comment on the recreational adult use cannabis sales in Grand Haven. Only thing I really wanted to state was, this is definitely a topic that's not going away. The people involved in it seem to be passionate with it, and I think doing a survey may sound like a good idea. At the same time, it's going to be a pretty risky thing to do as well. Your surveys are only good enough for the people that you put them on. Depending on the demographic you go after is going to be the results you go after. I'm pro for it. I think our community needs it, and I think the City Council has spent a lot of time on this already. Planning Commission spent a lot of time on the medical side of things, and I just think we need to look at moving forward with this because it's not going to go away. All you're doing is kind of buying time. It's going to come back. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Could you state your name and address, please?
Hello, this is Kelly Larson from Fortino's. Can you?
Yep, go ahead. You might want to turn your computer down.
I just was doing the same thing. Sorry, the echo on my computer is terrible. 114 Washington is Fortino's. I was just calling in because I wanted to give kudos to the DDA. Love the proposal for the outdoor dining. As a business owner downtown, I love the vibe. I think it's super fun. Can't please quite everyone, but I think it's a really great effort to try to maintain the excellent atmosphere downtown. So kudos to the DDA on this one.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
I'll be short. Have a great night.
Okay. Thought you were done, maybe not. Looks like that's all the calls, Your Honor.
All right. Anyone else interested in call to the audience? First call? Let's move on. All right. Resume special work session. We're going to resume special work session and bring in Ryan Kilpatrick, who's been kind enough to wait for us to get through everything. Thank you. Ryan, you had further questions?
Yeah, Ryan, I'll just ask you one more question because we got a lot still to cover tonight, and you've done a good job with your presentation. But one thing that's definitely been on my mind are these bills in the legislature related to short-term rentals. Yes. And how they can essentially take some of our local ability to have some restrictions and decide kind of the best numbers and things like that. Can you kind of talk about how that bill could impact and how short-term rentals impact neighborhoods and housing affordability and the concerns with what might pass?
Yeah, absolutely. We signed on to a letter with the Michigan Municipal League in opposition to those bills, primarily because in a community where you have a constrained supply of housing and a high degree of seasonal demand, it's much more likely that a landlord or a property owner will make more money in those 4 or 5 months of seasonal rental than they would 12 months of year-round rental. So what we would likely see is a lot of year-round rentals pulled off of the market and converted to seasonal rentals if property owners are given carte blanche. And so I think that in communities like ours across the lakeshore, it's important to allow for those kinds of land uses, but giving local control over how to regulate them and where, I think is really important.
Okay. Thank you. Does that raise questions for anyone else?
No, I just want to say thank you, Ryan.
Good to see
Say
you.
hi to Dad for me.
Thank you, Ryan. I think that's good.
Okay, very good.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, Pat, we've got Shar. Is she out here? Shar, could you tell us who you are and why you're here?
Good evening. Shar Sese, Community Affairs Manager for the City of Greenhaven, and I'm here to talk about the special event fees that are on your agenda. Ashley, I didn't know if you're going to do the PowerPoint up there or not. Pardon me? Would you like me to pull up the policy? If you want to, that's fine, and then that way the audience can maybe go along with us. So I'm here tonight as a result of some concerns of City Council with our overall budget and the process by which we look at special event policy, special event waivers. So if maybe I could take just a moment and give a little overview to the audience about the special event process, and then maybe that'll help as we talk about this a little bit. And I've got the clicker, don't I? So our special event policy has been in place at this point in time since 2018. I'm starting my 6th year in this role, and there really haven't been any changes to the way that we process the special event applications. We have a variety of different events that happen here in the city. We have over 100 special events in any given year. So in our formal policy, we have some different acronyms, terms, names for the different things that we address in the special events. We have impromptu events. We have public events that are open to anyone. We have private events that might be something ticketed at the Lynn Sherwood Waterfront Stadium. And you, as our elected officials, are the stewards of those public facilities that we allow others to use for special events. We do have some different ways that special events are reviewed and approved. We have some administrative approval processes, and then we also have some City Council approval processes. We typically are bringing new events to City Council, events that have things that maybe possibly are directly in conflict with an ordinance, for example, an ordinance against drinking in public. If we have an event organizer that wants to have an event with alcohol, you have to give approval for that. Same kind of thing with street closures. We don't allow that without your approval. And we have the same with camping, and then if there's a request for any fee waivers. So I think we can go on. Let's see. Okay, applications. So the application actually comes in through the community center office. We get the application and maybe have a discussion if it's something new with an applicant to confirm what we think we're reading in the application. We try to do everything up front as best we can so that when it comes to you for approval, we have all the answers to the things that we think you might have questions. There is a review process by which we have a team of staff members, somebody from the Department of Public Works. If there is something related to anything of the fire marshal, he is looped into that. We also have Public Works, so from facilities manager to the Department of Public Works. Myself and then somebody else from the city manager's office, typically Ashley, is looking at those, and then Pat also gets copied in on the email loop. So we typically have the majority of our events during the summer months. Grand Haven's a great place to be. Everybody enjoys that. And you'll see the majority of staff time that's allotted to these things happening on the front end in preparation for good delivery on the back end. When we are looking at approving an application for the city on special events, we do have some requirements of our applicant. They are required to have $1 million liability insurance, naming the city of Grand Haven as an additional insured. We review their application from a variety of perspectives, making sure that there's going to be enough public facilities there. If there is a need for garbage receptacles outside of what we typically have in our park areas and in our public right-of-way areas, we expect the applicant to clean up, return the space to the condition it was given to them, and if there are damages that are incurred, we do end up billing that individual organization if there's something that's gone wrong. We do have costs, and these are actual costs that are in our fee structure for utility hookups. Some event organizers need these types of things like electric in the park or maybe water for a food truck. There are costs to have that staff member come out and get those things ready for that event. Most events use some type of barricade, and there's a cost to that, and those are delivered by our Department of Public Works. When we're evaluating the application, we look at any of the temporary structures that they might be bringing into a park. So for example, a tent, even if it's a great big tent that's 400 square feet or larger, we don't allow them to stake into the ground. We require that they use some other form for erecting that structure. We have something new that we're looking at proposing in a recommendation to charge event organizers who are having multiple food trucks perhaps, or vendors on public property, that we would ask you to consider charging that $50 fee for each one of those structures on our facility, in the intent that that would probably be passed off from the applicant to their participant of their event. We also allow event organizers to have signs and banners in the community as part of our policy. We have distinct areas where we allow banners to be placed. Those are put up by Department of Public Works staff. For example, if you're going to do a banner over Washington on 4th Street, that takes 2 DPW staff members and a bucket truck to get that done. So there's a higher cost for that particular banner fee than there is if somebody's going to place a banner at the end of Washington, and it just goes up with a couple of bungee cords. Anybody who's going to have any kind of food or beverage vendor, if they're looking to have alcohol in public space, they have to follow the Michigan Liquor Control Commission regulations, and City Department of Public Safety signs off on those applications that come in through the special event process onto the state. Food truck and food tent vendors are required to have inspections by public safety from the fire marshal. Food trucks have an annual inspection that they are required to have, and then food vendors that operate underneath a tent have to be inspected every single time. They don't get an annual permit from the fire marshal. If there's any waterborne activities that are taking place, we have a couple of those event kind of things that happen from the marina and into the harbor. They're required to get approval by the Coast Guard, and typically it's really just a no impact kind of response that the Coast Guard gives to the event organizer. And that's the basis for the process of special event applications. So I'm here really to give you information and help you possibly in the formulation of how we are going to apply special event application fees. I can say in my 5 years that I've been doing this, we have consistently come to City Council to request fee waivers. And in the back of that presentation, the last slide of that presentation, the fees that are listed here are all the fees that already exist in our fee structure. These aren't new fees, but we are not accustomed to charging all of these fees for special event organizers. You heard Mike Smith this evening talking about the changes. If there were changes made, it would make a significant impact in their event, as it would many other special event coordinators. And it is a challenge all the time to balance those two things. The events that come in are oftentimes very beneficial to our community. They bring in more economic development, more people into the community, more people downtown, at our beaches, at our restaurants, staying at the hotels. And our proposal was put together with the things in mind to try to balance all of those things out. So I can tell you what's happened in practice, and then maybe there's a dialogue that we need to have on things that are happening in other communities. Ashley and I did a lot of research for what's happening in Muskegon, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, communities outside of the state, and there isn't any two that seems to be the same. So it appears that a lot of the decisions that are made to either waive event fees or not are very individualized to maybe what is happening in that local community, and just maybe have some extra ideas to share outside of the presentation that was in your packet tonight. So the things that have been happening in practice are typically the waiver of park rental fees. In our fee structure, we have a different level of fee based on the popularity of the park. So Central Park, Lynn Sherwood Waterfront Stadium, Mulligan's Hollow, and the beach are all highly priced. So you have $500 for a resident or a non-resident if they're going to use the park for the day, or $750 for an outside resident, or perhaps a for-profit business that might want to use that space for the day. Smaller parks aren't where people are meeting. People aren't asking to use space at East End or at Hatton Park. They're asking to use the big ticketed items where the people are congregating. So that seems to be what is common. Some of the things that we also were looking at is in our recommendation is to continue to provide that level of fee waiver for the park use. We maintain the parks anyway. We mow the grass, we water the grass, and I think that our recommendation is really based on whether or not the activity would be able to continue. We have a lot of organizations that have been in our community for decades that have been able to have events that would probably otherwise not be financially feasible. And I've heard those comments from many of those applicants who know that this conversation was taking place. Some other policy change recommendations that we are suggesting to consider are changing the application due date process. With over 100 special event applications, you can imagine how busy we are with that. And with the majority of these events taking place in the summer, and with the various boards and commissions meeting times, your schedule of meeting times, it can take us anywhere from 6 weeks to 8 weeks to get an application all the way through the process. So we're asking that you might consider having a deadline for an April 1st application period to ease the stress on the staff as we're preparing for our busy summer months. The more that we can get done ahead of time, the better. If we received an application on April 1st, we wouldn't be able to get that on a park agenda until the first meeting in May, and then to you in a meeting in May later, or maybe 1st of June, depending on where things are at. So that's something we would like you to consider.
Star?
Yes.
I'm sorry, a real quick question.
Yes.
Is there currently an application deadline?
No.
There's none, okay. So for the summer season, you would want an April 1st?
Yes, it would be ideal if we could, because in the behind-the-scenes process of things, the Public Safety Department is having to write traffic control orders, and then Public Works has a job that comes from that traffic control order. So the more that we can get done earlier in the season, the easier it is on the staff and the delivery of the service to the end user. We're looking at asking for increase in administrative discretion for event approvals. It can be belaboring, I'm sure, for you on minor things that are being brought forward. So if we could increase some of the administrative staff responsibilities, not including those things that we talked about already, of the things that you need to approve, like the alcohol, the amplified sound, that sort of thing. But events that have been happening on a regular basis, that are recurring, have not been problematic, are a benefit to the community, those things might be easier on you if those were allowed to be done, approved administratively. We're also asking you to consider, because Lynn Sherwood Waterfront Stadium is such an interesting place that people want to be, if we could consider having 10% of ticketed sales events provided to the city for some sort of an endowment at the community foundation to maintain that event space. That's not such an uncommon type of request. On a smaller scale at the community center, when the Central Park Players is doing a show, they pay us $1 per ticket in addition to their monthly rent that they are paying there. So that's another change to consider. I said earlier about the addition of the $50 per day fee for private vendors. Utilizing public property was another thing for consideration. Discounts, perhaps, for events being planned in the shoulder seasons before May 31st and after Labor Day weekend would be also maybe something we could consider. And then perhaps allowing the administrative staff to decide if somebody is applying late for something in a peak season and we're maybe already tapped out with resources and whatnot, to be able to make that discretionary denial of something and say, look, it'll be better if you come back with that idea next year for consideration, and if you can get into the process sooner, it'll be, number one, a more successful event, and maybe not be so taxing on the resources of the city of Grand Haven. So those are some ideas. It's maybe not the final product that we will get to, but it's an opportunity perhaps to have some dialogue of your thoughts, if we're on the right track.
So the recommendation it sounds like you have a recommendation that we waive fees for certain events or certain organizations, and is that accurate?
Did you want to comment, Pat, or?
Well, yes, the $500 per event for a local nonprofit, other nonprofit, $200 per event, just to set something consistent is what City Council was asking for, that we've got some standard that we apply fairly to all applicants, and this is what Shar came up with, and I think it makes some sense to try to have something ahead of time so all of our applicants know what to expect. Now, you know, the big picture, and something we've struggled with for a long time, is many of our special events, for example, the Coast Guard Festival is obviously the very biggest, brings a lot of positive attention to Grand Haven and West Michigan. You really can't buy that kind of coverage. I mean, it takes over the media in all of West Michigan, even regionally. It's a huge deal, and historically the taxpayers have heavily subsidized that event. You know, we're looking at 6 figures plus. We've monetized it and looked at it, and we do charge back what we can. And city councils have progressively asked staff each year, are there ways with all of our special events that we can maybe not have the subsidy happen? Now, getting off Coast Guard, these other events, nonprofit or otherwise, should the taxpayers be paying money to subsidize them? And that's a question, that's a policy issue for city council to decide. Currently, we do. To some extent, Shar was pointing out, we have nonprofit entities that come in and say, we can't put on this event if you're going to charge us for these services that you're providing, whether it's placing barricades or hanging banners or rent for real estate. Now, the rent for real estate, we've typically come in and asked you to waive that because it's real estate that we, aren't really, it doesn't cost us money to have them occupy that real estate. But the other items do cost real money, and there is a real subsidy. These are taxpayer dollars that are used to provide services for several events. And it's, again, a city council decision whether or not to continue that subsidy. And we're presenting it to you to ask you, do you want us to go that route, or do you want us to keep doing it the way we've been doing it? And I don't think it's, I think it's been very successful over time. We've got a great slate of events throughout the summer. People are safe, we get through it, and people have a blast. And at the end of every summer, people can hardly believe how much fun they had, and we come through it intact. Our finances are intact, and we're able to do it. But there's always a little bit of stress along the way. Shar bears the brunt of it on a daily basis, and plans change over and over and over again, and Shar tries to reel it in and often gets a black eye because of it. But we do have to have some level of control over these events, and public safety is fairly, and so is Public Works. They're fairly rigid. They need to apply and keep their resources reasonably managed so that they're not just constantly rolling everything out. They have other things they need to take care of on a continuous basis. So we do a good job with what we have, but we've been asked by this city council too, let's take a look at it. So that's why we're presenting it tonight. Do you want us to make some changes? These would be some significant changes. I'm glad Mr. Smith was able to put a face on it for you so you understand how it can affect some of your event organizers. It's not all one-sided. We look at it and say, well, we'd like some more revenue coming in. Well, that's got another side that it takes away revenue from those event organizers that are trying to put on great events for you. So we sit here waiting for you to give us some direction on how you'd like us to proceed.
Not only does it take revenue away from them and everything else, but it also will be long-lasting in a town if you don't have nothing here, and people don't want to come here. And our organizations, ones that we give the waiver to, are usually the ones that are giving back to our community also. And when they ask for a waiver of fees, we know that they're putting the money back into town. It's not going to just be walked off to another place. So I have a hard time with sometimes of not giving them a waiver on things, because I know exactly what they're doing, and it's for the better of our community. So we have to look at that also. You just can't sit back and say, make dollar, make dollar, make dollar. Yeah. We have to say, what can we do for our community, and actually reinvest back into it. And that's what a lot of these places are doing. Some of these events, if they have a food truck down there, those food trucks are paying these people to be there. Then we want to dip into the till. We're going to take $50 from them too. And if it's a nonprofit organization that's raising money for just say for the youth at the high school or whatever else, and we're gonna take some more money from them, they're not gonna have enough money to pass on. I like to see everything be profitable too. If they're gonna use the green space, why do we charge them for that? But on the, when it comes down to your time period, is 6 months in advance good enough for you to have, that you can get things going? Because a lot of these events are whatever, and some of them are reoccurring events, which is, paperwork is pretty much the same thing. There's nothing, it's a cookie cutter thing right on through. If they get ahead 6 months in advance, and if they had any issues in that week, get to know here in council and whatever else, instead of having a time period of only 4 months, you know, January to April.
Well, I think there's a few things that we have to consider in all that, Mike, and I think it includes the applicant themselves. So they're already planning, right? If their event is happening in May, they are likely having already started planning in June after that May event.
Yep.
So the restriction at this point in time has been on my end, saying, okay, January, because our fiscal year doesn't normally meet the fiscal year of a nonprofit. Applications are available January 1. That gives me a little bit of time to revise if things need to be changed with fees and whatnot, and if we've found some flaw in the form, we need to adjust it. It gives me that opportunity to tweak it, and then I make it available the 1st of January. So I'm putting that restriction on the front end of things, but not on the back end of things.
Okay.
So I could be more prepared and maybe have a 2022, 2023 event application, knowing that our fees change July 1, and that those new fees would be applied to anybody applying after that July 1 date.
Yeah, because I know a lot of these events that we have, the ones that we have that are for profit, we charge them for it. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it, and they understand that when they come to town.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to local and nonprofits and that, they give back to the community, I like to say that as myself being one council member up here to say that, I like to say, yes, as a city, we can help our whole community out by helping them to promote ourselves, is what they're doing. So I find a hard time moving it on like that, I really do.
Kevin, got anything?
Just one thing. When you're talking about waiver of fees, you're talking about all fees, so that would include Derek's fees too?
No, we're charging for electric hookups, for water hookups, for the barricades. Those things are all charged at the regular rate. So I can say, for example, there's some grandfathered types of events. And I'm going to check my memory bank. So, for example, Dancing on the Grand is now Music on the Grand. They've been operating for probably 50 years down at Waterfront Stadium, the old and the new. The fee for electric is $175, and that takes into account that we have a DPW worker going down there, opening up the bin where it's at. They're testing it ahead of time. And the truck to drive them down there. Dancing on the Grand doesn't use that. They know how to open up the electrical box themselves and use that. Same with, the Free Friday Night Concert Series. So it's those kinds of things that are hard on my end, because $175 for Dancing on the Grand will put them out of business. They get enough money from the donations that they collect to just hire the guest artist that comes in. And those are, I think, where the challenges come. And how do you apply the grandfathering in that's been happening since I've been here, which I'm sure happened before I got here in this position. Do we standardize that for those long-standing customers that provide a service to the community, that we as staff or the city are not going out and trying to promote and do all of that. Those are those tough decisions, and I think will make or break some special event organizers' events.
If we waived all the fees, from your experience, and you probably have to come back and tell us this, what would it cost the city?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we can certainly get you those numbers because we have them.
Okay.
can I ask a clarifying question? Because
Sure.
are the fees separate from the costs? Because those are two different things we charge, right? The
Well-
fees are for usage of space, or the fees,
So we have an application fee, depending on whether you're $400 or $150, and then you have your park application fees. But then the event fees, these are true costs that are in our fee schedule. If Public Works is gonna drop off a small barricade, it's $3. If it's a large barricade, it's $15.
so that's considered a fee as well?
That
We don't
is.
separate out actual costs with,
Or there's no markup.
We don't have any sort of markup. These are true costs that are in the fee schedule that's done every year. And what I have actually done this year, because this conversation prompted me to create a spreadsheet for event organizers when they're applying on the front end to say, this could be your true cost. So I can do that for every event that we have and pull together the number that you're asking for.
so Kevin, what figures do you want?
Well, I think she's
got it?
I think she's got it.
Okay.
You know, the other thing is that the policy itself, I mean, I'd love to have it run it by Jeremy and people in Centertown and Easttown, let them take a look at it because they deal with this policy every day. I think it'd probably be helpful. I'm not sure, if you've done that, then I'll back away, but if not, I think it would be great if the community had a chance that lives this every day to have some weigh-in.
And would you also agree that the organizations that hold regular events
Oh, yeah.
should be run by them as well?
I think that's.
I'm sorry, Shar, some input from the organizations that hold regular events in town that maybe would allow them to express their concern and the effect it might have on their event. I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Karen, you got anything?
Yeah, I think this is all still from our special work session. You've given us a lot to consider, and if you can get some of these other pieces of information, I think it will help us think through. So thank you for your work on it. I don't have any other questions.
Right.
And may I just make one more statement? I have probably about 20 special event applications that are waiting for approval. So I'll work hard to get this ready for your next meeting. And then if there's any other direction that you have for me, I'll be happy to address it.
Well, I think we're gonna have to get those items queued up for your agenda. These people wanna know if they're gonna get approved or not.
I think that's right, too.
And running this by all these different people is gonna take some time, so we might be talking about big changes next year. Because we need to get those events. We pulled them off tonight's agenda, so you could have this discussion first, but I think we'll put them on your next agenda.
I think that's reasonable.
And
Yep.
handle this over the next couple.
Yeah, we'll keep working on it.
I'm fine with that.
All right. You good with that, Ryan?
I guess one other suggestion might be some quick hits or easy things that we can do to make things easier on you this year, without kind of getting into all of the changes, but some of the things that you asked for, Shar, if there are some administrative approvals, some things that could help make this year easier and gives us time to look at some of the bigger things, please bring those forward.
I think we gotta work through this and really give event planners some time to prepare, especially if there's gonna be maybe some higher costs involved with some of these. It's finding that right balance, and I was an event planner in the city of Muskegon for 2 years. I feel your pain and struggle in finding that balance, and I understand both sides of the equation, because I've been on both sides of helping with event approvals, but then also, running events on. When you're an event planner, you look at, you expect that you're gonna have some costs for your space that you rent, right? And, if you're gonna have an event indoors at the community center, we have expectations that you pay some fees. It's finding that right balance, though, and so, I don't know if it's looking at our rental fees, as a whole and saying, are they too high? But, that space does have value. There is wear and tear on it. That space isn't without cost totally, because at some point we have to, replace it and keep it up, and there's depreciation, and so there's all these different factors that kind of come into play. So, and when we're looking at, our budgets and, negotiating with, employee unions and all those types of things, and we're concerned about our, raised during the campaign, right? That we have some concerns with some of the deficit positions that we've had. We have to find that, again, work towards a balance to say, if we completely waive all the fees, that may not be as palatable to taxpayers if they realize that, hey, those fees could have helped pay for some of these things for the services that they're expecting. But at the same time, these events are, sometimes providing free events and entertainment, and they're an economic driver, and they're very beneficial to our community. So, seeing like $500 like per event, if there's an event that's multiple days, maybe there's block fees that we can look at that are reduced. So it's instead of $500 per day, and we're only waiving one of the days, but if you're providing multiple days of entertainment or value to the community, or if it's a free event to the community versus a ticketed event, weighing some of those types of things out, your application due date, perhaps it's having a tiered structure where, if you're applying within so many days, it's going to cost you more because there's more intensity, on the staff. So maybe instead of a strict cutoff, it's peak season, yeah, there's a cutoff. We're not going to consider it within 60 days of whatever your start date would be. But if it's a off season, if you're going to come to us within 30 to 60 days, well, guess what? That's going to cost you more because we have a lot more, that we have to push to get through that. Maybe if you're further out from your event and you got ahead of it and you're planning properly, your application fee is a little less, and you're getting through the process sooner. So I'll flesh out some more thoughts based on your presentation, and I'll provide my thoughts, at least as one individual member, to you as staff as you kind of think about what we've talked about tonight. But I think, that number that Kevin's talking about, we see that big number of, hey, how much have we waived? Are our taxpayers going to be okay with that full amount? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. So interesting to see.
Okay, I only have a couple things to say. One is, I think I probably started some of this because I got presented with 6 very diverse events on one of my early council meetings, and I couldn't figure out a process. I wanted to know a process, and I wanted to know some history. And I appreciate that you gave both of them tonight, and I found this very helpful to know there is a process. You're running it very well, and you have a good sense of the history and are able to roll that into how you manage it, which I very much appreciate. I'm going to make one small remark, which is we now have a space down on the riverfront that we probably haven't charged historically, where the Chinook Pier shops were. We've got an event we're looking at tonight that I was very excited to see, actually. I thought it filled a couple of cool weekends, and it would mesh well with what people like to do. But that seems also to be a higher value venue than, it might be a Central Park value or a stadium value or a Mulligan's Hollow value instead of an other parks value, if that makes sense. That was my only feedback.
Okay.
But Char, thank you very much. You did a great job.
You're welcome.
The last piece I'll add too is this from an event planner's perspective. If we give people time next year and they say, okay, my costs are going to be a little bit higher, they're going to think about that as far as the prices they're charging, the amount they're trying to fundraise through sponsorships, all those types of factors. So I think it's good that we're going to give more time.
That wasn't much direction, I guess.
That's okay.
But
I
are
feel
you good?
good.
All right.
Or a little too much direction.
Or maybe possibly.
Good. We're heading in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I think we're at the point where we want to approve what's left of the consent agenda. Is that true? Kelly?
Yes, I do believe so, if you'd like me to read what I have down still.
What you have left of the consent agenda, I would like you to read. Thank you very much.
All right, so this is the consent agenda as amended during the approval of the consent regular agenda earlier. So the items on here are to approve the city council meeting minutes for the special joint meeting on January 31st, 2022, the special meeting on February 7th, 2022, the regular meeting on February 7th, 2022, as corrected earlier in this meeting, the special meeting on February 10th, 2022, and the closed session on February 10th, 2022. The next item on the consent agenda is to approve the bills memo in the amount of $1,139,789.68. The next item is to approve a contract with Wolverine Fireworks, Callawaclan, Michigan, for the 2002 4th of July fireworks show in the amount of $23,000 with a rain date of July 5th, 2022, and authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the necessary documents. The next item is to accept the bid for carpet at the community center and approve the contractor service agreement with TED Design LLC, doing business as Johnson Commercial Interiors, Granville, Michigan, in the amount of $17,994.80, and authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the necessary documents. The next item on your consent agenda is to approve a special event request to hold the Coast Guard Craft Fair in Central Park on Friday, August 5th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday, August 6th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The next item is to approve a special events request to hold the Jingle Bell Parade on December 3rd, 2022 from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. on city streets, and to hold a tree lighting ceremony in Central Park immediately following the parade. The next item and last item on your consent agenda is to accept the fiscal year 2021 HUD Housing Counseling Grant Award in the amount of $28,135 and authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the necessary documents.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
To approve? Is there a second?
Second?
Motion by Fritz, second by Cummins. Any discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Your consent agenda is approved.
Excuse me for a minute.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Sure.
back into session. I'm going to call the session back to order. I'm going to state for the record that the council members present at the beginning of the meeting are present still, and we're going to proceed to new business.
Great. The first item you have under new business is consideration by the City Council of a resolution to approve a revised hosting agreement with Aetna Supply to support remote water meter ready operations utilizing the new census analytics software at a cost of $40,110 for fiscal year 21-22, $36,340 for fiscal year 22-23, an annual increase of 5% thereafter, and authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the necessary documents.
Okay. Matt, are you here for this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Mike?
So we have a discussion.
Yep, your motion?
I'll second that.
There you go.
So the motion is to approve the resolution.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Matt.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Matt Wade, Streets and Utilities Manager. And yeah, we're here asking for the approval of a new software agreement with Census Analytics. The old software, Logic, helps us understand what the hourly reads for everybody's meter in the city comes back. There's a lot of really cool things that can be done with that, although the current software Logic is on its way out. So anytime we want to go in and kind of revamp our warning systems or anything like that, there's really not that much support coming back on how to do that. And Aetna's got a new software coming out that they're really pushing to go to. It's really kind of our only option at this point. That is a lot more user-friendly. There's a lot more details that we can go in. We get 24-hour, we get a meter read at least every hour, 24/7. So with that, we can also narrow down to look at specific leaks if there's continuous usage or a spike in usage. We can know right now and give a homeowner a call and let them know that something's changed with their water usage. Okay. That's the big benefit to it. The other benefit is that we don't go out and manually read any meters in the city anymore, and we haven't since 2014. So the original agreement was back in 2014, and we did a citywide meter upgrade to census meters, and basically we've had these software charges annually ever since. This first one coming up here has got an extra $5,500 on it, and that's for the integration and education, so that we can all be retrained on the new software and how to set up the systems with our meters.
Okay, thank you. Discussion or questions for Matt?
Yeah, Matt, so you're migrating from the Logic system then to this new census software? It's going to replace the old, and that's going to be sunset?
Correct. Census Enhanced Analytics, I think is what it is.
Gotcha.
No, this is budgeted.
This is.
It is budgeted. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we budget annually for it, and it's comes from our water fund, and once we get into that budget and narrow it down, this year we've got $40,000 set aside for it, and within that budget it's a $100,000 budget, so there's room for changes there, but we kind of specify each item the best we can. So.
Just a quick question. So does Aetna, or the Census Analytics software, do they own that software?
They do.
They do, and they also own the prior software product, Logic, or?
I'm not sure. They're definitely affiliated with them, and I can't say for sure, but I could definitely find that out and get back to you.
Yeah.
But they coincide.
That's okay, as long as we sunset that and we stop getting charged any software charges for the old software when we integrate the new.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Anything else, Ryan? No. Kevin?
Brian had my question.
Mike?
Good.
I think I'm also good, Matt. Thank you for being here, and could the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
Next item in new business.
Yep, the next item of new business is consideration by the City Council of a resolution to approve closure of Washington Avenue from Harbor Drive to First Street for outdoor dining and social district enhancement, provided fire lanes are recognized and adjustments are made for special events as directed by the Department of Public Safety, and permit parking lane closures only for outdoor dining on side streets in Centertown and other locations as approved by the Directors of Public Works and Public Safety and the City Manager.
Can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Any support?
Second.
Motion by Cummins, second by McLaughlin. I think Jeremy's probably here. Jeremy, you want to come up? Tell us what we need to know.
Good evening. Jeremy Swiftney with Grand Haven Main Street. Probably most of what you need to know is in the memo. Our recommendation from the board was to have a full closure of the first block of Washington between Harbor and First Street. There we have anywhere between 8 and 10 restaurants, depending on how you look at Kirby and like the theater bar, if you count all of their locations, it's far higher. We have 2 retail establishments, 1 service establishment, all fronting on Washington in that first block. So it was a majority of restaurants. We discussed it, as Joyce from our recruitment and retention and on the board mentioned, for many months prior to making a recommendation to our board, weighing the pros, cons, weighing concerns that our retailers in that first block had throughout the summer months of not having breaks where people could access their storefront from across the street, not having ways for people to understand that they were open when a restaurant may be closed because they're having staffing issues. So we kind of thought about ways that we could possibly approach it and accomplish goals of having the additional space that the restaurants have come to like, that the visitors, that the community has come to like, and having a different thought of how we could leave breaks, how we could have a gathering space where if a restaurant is closed, there is still gathering going on, there is still the vibrancy of a business being open in that area. And that's where the social area came into play, where it would be picnic tables, some games like are down currently at the Chinook Pier area. We'd love to see some integration of additional games in that area, something that could draw youth, family, friends, anybody there to gather and to have a good time. The recommendation came forward from there. Side streets, there was many concerns from the citizens, from public safety, and from council members that the side streets and the confusing nature of how to, go down 2nd Street, including the speeding and the back side of the buildings and the alleyways, were all concerns that stemmed from closing side street lanes. So the recommendation from the committee and the board is that those side streets be limited to the side parking, like the parallel parking spaces, but not closing lanes. Especially with a full closure on Washington, it alleviates a little bit of the traffic concerns, allows traffic to flow in both directions towards Columbus or Franklin. I'm happy to answer any questions or if there's anything I didn't touch on, but that's kind of the overarching goal. The thought is that we're creating a gathering space for the community to go and enjoy, and that will then in turn put, if you say, boots in front of the stores. It's going to create a vibrant area that more people visit and more people will be in front of those retail stores to go to those. More people will be at the restaurants to go to those.
Mike?
How long have you been studying this?
I guess you could probably even say since 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, we started talking about that. But this specific full closure, we started looking at that in the summer of 2021, we had a half lane closure. There was concerns, as we discussed even doing that last year, of safety with traffic flowing in one direction and people dining right next to it with concrete barricades. The thought was, would that be safer if both directions were closed? And would a loss of parking at an additional 11 parking spaces versus what we had lost last year, which if it's overall 22 spaces in that block, less than 2% of our parking in a 3-block radius. It's not a large impact to the parking, but it could create a much safer pedestrian mall area while still allowing the public safety aspect to be able to respond to an emergency in the area.
And I noticed you talking so much about the restaurants, and that we had a business owner that was here, she's only noticed 2 days ago.
Yeah, we talked to
And
business owners as
you
well.
should have, you know, their clothing stores, they have everything they sell. Not only that, there's other stores down there besides restaurants. You should be reached out to them. Did you reach out? Evidently, 2 days is not a very long time for her to get her opinion into you, to come to us. It should include everybody on that block, whether they sell food or booze or whatever.
Yeah.
They all should be included in that survey too for them.
We didn't run a survey because the board didn't necessarily feel that having a survey of one block made any sense in discussing what the future could be in that area. We did this at Downtown Futures Planning in November of 2020. We talked about what the future could look like in a downtown area. We've talked to those retail establishments, as there are 2 of them in that area, Surf
Yes.
Shop and Calico Cat. We talked to them during the summer as well and came up with their concerns. We knew their concerns of businesses not being open at that time and it making them look closed, not having a break so people could walk across the street without a crosswalk to the retail stores. And we thought that if we're going to have restaurants who are still asking for it, which is the majority of the block, we should also think about how we can positively impact those retail stores to not have the issues that they've had in the past. So that's where those ideas came from. The committee talked about it, the board talked about it, and we said, how can we also impact positively at some point those retail stores without having as much of a negative impact as they've had in the past? But we're also trying to balance the impact of the restaurants as well, which is the majority of that first block.
This is probably a question for Pat. On these spaces, we were gonna charge them for rent on those, aren't we, at this time, or was that been for the restaurants for setting up? And at one time, we had a fee schedule you were gonna set up for us?
Yeah, we did adopt it in the fee schedule. It would be looked at again this year, and I'd have to open up that fee schedule, so let me do that now and just get back to you in just a second. I do believe we included something in the budget last year to charge for the barricades, but in this case, the barricades are gonna go away. So I don't know that we would charge them, because I think we've probably got 30 barricades down the street there.
Yeah, I don't know the number. I know the thought this year would be that the barricades would not be lining the center. We would allow the restaurants to delineate it with things like barrels, flower planters, ropes, things that'll add to the vibrancy without it being a concrete jungle. And yeah, Pat, I think there were fees. I want to say $400 roughly for the size of a parking space. Maybe $400 or so to move in the barricade and move it out, but I'm not 1,000% sure. But that was adopted last year, I remember.
You didn't want to hit them with it in 2021. You thought give them a year to prepare for that fee, just so they'd know a year in advance. So I'll tell you that in just a second. I'll look it up here in the fee schedule.
Okay.
Anything else?
Go ahead.
So, the lady from Calico Cat, Mary, can you basically take care of her issue, because obviously she's got a very successful store that's going all the time, and I just want to make sure that there's going to be something that can be done to handle her, handle her concerns.
Yeah, one of the concerns that we had thought of was not having that break. So people who wanted to go to her store, she's kind of in the middle, if you will, between the crosswalk at the Grand and the crosswalk at Kirby.
Right.
So we would leave space between, say, Kirby and where Long Road was, or where Surf Shop had some of their space. So there would be like a 5 to 10 foot break depending on what restaurant spaces are requested and what, say, the city manager, public safety look at. So people could access that area. They could put in a ramp so it'd be ADA accessible. So you could get from the gathering space where it's all open to the public, not specifically seated to one business or another. You could have a picnic, you could have toasted pickle, you could have ice cream from across the street, and you could walk right into those retail shops.
Now, I mean, I think Toasted Pickle probably brought up a good point. Is there any reason why they can't use why did they get excluded, I guess?
I wouldn't say excluded. We discussed that with a number of the retailers, since that is a more retail-centric block. That was discussed. It wasn't something where the board felt comfortable recommending that they have that space this year at this time. They're not necessarily saying we don't want to see that. There was concerns last year from the retailers of the timing that it took to have them set their space up. how long they operated, and then not having indoor dining during the time frame that they were operating it, so the only option was outdoor, where now they're operating with an indoor. We're looking at this very holistically. We're looking at it as an unsure time frame. The restaurants are now back to 100% occupancy. Even last year at this time, they were at 50%. So we know that they're able to operate more indoor space. So maybe this transitions and their spaces outdoor become a little bit smaller, or they reimagine how their business looks in that area. Somebody like Kirby bringing in live music makes it a vibrant area. Maybe their space makes sense. Maybe Long Road needs just a little bit less space because they maybe had too many tables last year. You know, each business is going to have to answer how they operate their business. We were looking at it as, what would we like to see in our vibrant downtown? What would we like to do to maybe attract a younger crowd that's not coming to us, that may be going to another community? What could we do to attract the locals down to our downtown that live here year round? How could we have that impact? And this was the plan that we've come forward with. We're asking for basically 1 year. We want to reassess this after the first year. We don't want to have something that's, let's approve this for 3 years. We want to look at it and say, did it work? Did it not? Take into effect the concerns again. You know, Mary will, I'm sure, come to us in the middle of the summer. This is what we're seeing, and if we can correct those issues at the time, great, and if we can't and we can come up with a plan that corrects them in the next year, we're going to do that as well. We're going to look at what the surf shop has to say, what the restaurants have to say, and what is working, is not working, and kind of come up with a new plan if we find that this is something that the community still wants to see. But right now we're seeing that the community does want to see outdoor dining, outdoor gathering spaces. We're seeing the popularity of that, and we'd rather not sit here and ask you for it in May, but ask you for it in February.
Go ask him about toasted pickle, but that's okay.
Sure.
Yes.
Ryan, I'm still gathering my thoughts here.
I just had a little feedback from Mike. When we brought it up last year, we looked at 2 different charges. One for the actual barricades that we place, and it does cost us quite a bit to get those barricades moving down there and get them set up and then retrieve them. We've actually got them inventoried so we can get them back where they came from, because a lot of them had particular artwork that was sequential and looked kind of cool together. So not an inexpensive thing. So last year, City Council said, well, don't charge them this year for the barricades, but charge them next year. The second element of that fee concept was charging them for using the public space, like rental. That got flushed. City Council was not supportive of that. It was in the light of COVID. There was a great deal, I remember reading quite a bit on social media about it, that what people are trying to survive and their businesses are failing, and you're going to charge them for outdoor space. So we just pulled that right out of the budget, I believe. So right now, there's no fee for the use of that public property. And the reason we brought it forward is we were hearing the opposite in the public, that are we charging these people for using public space? They're selling hamburgers and beer and making money off it. Are they paying for that public space? So that's what prompted us to present that to City Council. So right now there is a proposal to, starting this summer, we would charge $400 to put the barricades out, plus $35 for each one of those concrete barricades. But no charge for the actual rental of the space was where we left it last year.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, COVID has presented us all with some interesting opportunities, right? We probably never thought we'd be dining in the streets, and nor did maybe we expect the law to allow us to carry a beer down our main street either. But I do remember, Pat, you know, the discussion around the charging for the space, and I think the discussion was, we're still in COVID times. Our businesses took a significant hit, and they're likely going to be, you know, it's going to take a while for them to really recoup and recover. I remember I thought saying, like, let's kind of revisit that and kind of study that. What are our other communities charging for that space? Because you know, we just had a conversation about our special events, right? And so we think, okay, right, that's public space, and so there probably should be some charge for it. What is that right balance? I think it was Tim Dieters that ran for council, and one of what he said at one of the forums was that, and I thought it really struck me, was that if we can allow some of these businesses to use the outdoor space and do even better during the summertime, hopefully then that translates then into them staying open, you know, year round, and getting them through the tougher winter seasons, instead of just closing and having a downtown that's, you know, very seasonal, right, which is a concern of ours. And so, so maybe it's just a way to, help incentivize that. I do have a question, or a couple questions for you though, Jeremy. I'm hearing it described in a couple different ways. I'm trying to understand in my mind what this is. So is this a common social district area that the businesses are working together to set up to where you could bring, you're bringing your social district drinks into these areas? Or are these truly, visual barriers or actual barrier cordoned off liquor controlled areas that are individual to each restaurant? Because I hear some people saying, well, this is kind of a picnic area where people can just kind of walk in and sit down, but certainly it wasn't quite that way in the past couple of years with like Kirby and Long Road. So I'm trying to picture how does this work? Can anybody just come in and sit down? Is it just you're bringing your social district drinks and you're ordering food from different places you want, or is this all separated space?
The best I can answer for you is a hybrid of both. The expectation is still that the restaurants would be able to create some space on their own. We would have a fire lane, and we would also have a separate gathering space away from the restaurant space that would have picnic tables that are donated or vibrancy grants that we apply for and get approved for. We'll be able to spend those funds to create that area of setting where there would be additional trash and picnic, just like a general picnic table. Like if Long Road purchased new tables, perhaps they could donate, or we could buy their old tables from them as an example. Same with Oddside. If they were getting rid of some tables, we would probably approach them. We would apply for grants, but we would have kind of a hybrid of both, where restaurants would still have their own space that would be MLCC roped off as needed, and then there would be this additional gathering area, which social district glasses could possibly go into. That's something we'll have to work through with the state and with the city administration and see if that's something that would be allowed in that open area or not. But it wouldn't be roped off. That area would be wide open to the public.
Yeah. If that space is open, certainly, obviously, we'd have to change probably our right now I think we're just allowed on
the
sidewalks.
Yeah.
So that would have
not
to
in
be,
retail stores, not in.
And I can see some challenges probably with differentiating that for folks, to say, well, I could have the sidewalk, but I can't go sit down at that perfectly great picnic table that's right there. And I could see the benefit of folks saying, well, I want to get a drink from Long Road. I'm just using examples, no favorites here. A drink from Long Road, a drink from Kirby. Somebody wants a drink from Kirby, and then maybe somebody's getting Kozaks, and so and they sit down, and maybe somebody got a beer too from Oddside, and they want to sit down and.
So I'm confused now. Are we saying that would be allowed or that would not be allowed?
So right now, legally, that would not be allowed, but that is something that we would approach the city about if this were approved and find out the logistics. Does the state need us to completely reapply for a social district that would also include a portion of the road? Because to include a portion of the road that's closed off, you have to get approval from the city council was step one, and you have to get approval from the streets administrator, which I think he's sitting right there. That's something that we'll probably need to address whether this gets approved or not. We'll need to see what does the state actually require. Does it need to come to a full vote, or is it something city administration can approve? Is that something we want to see in that area? I think Ryan's right. It would get confusing if it weren't allowed in one area and were in another, but we could delineate that as well if it's something where we said it's sidewalks only. We could end up with a row of planters or barrels and ropes to kind of delineate that space if we needed to.
Yeah, those, that's what I'm trying to understand is what is the vision here, and
vision would be it would be allowed, but that's something that we'll have to approach with the state and find out their steps to get there if this area is approved.
I know you can modify social districts, so hopefully, and then it would be a closed street, so it wouldn't, but you as staff certainly will work through those. Then setup costs, you kind of touched on that. You're looking to seek some grant funding and getting creative ways to kind of get something like this set up, and then the charging for spaces. I think there should be some charge for the use of the public space. I think that's just reasonable, but that's what I have for questions.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I was at. We've heard a lot of concerns tonight about parking for residents, parking for, in fact, if I recall, the Copper Post apartments above there are sort of reasonably priced apartment rents, and they're having difficulty getting parking, and that's right across from there. So if we are taking away parking anywhere down there, and they're already having parking, we've got to I think we need to charge for the parking. Jim Hagan, who mentioned, this is a cost to the taxpayers. We can't pick winners and losers, and if we're gonna do this as an experiment, which I think it's a good idea, but it definitely should be, there should be a charge for that parking space or whatever we have removed, and there should be something coming back to the taxpayers for this experiment. So those are just my thoughts. I think it's an interesting thing to try out.
I've got a few things. The first is, with Kevin, I'm concerned about protecting calico cats' access and surf shops. And I would say what I saw last year didn't do that at all, and in fact kind of landlocked them.
Yeah, last year, to address that, we did have an idea to possibly do that, and that was shot down by public safety since it's illegal to cross in mid-block and basically cross without a crosswalk. They felt it was unsafe and not legal, so that was something that was shot down, and the barricades continuing was a safety concern that would alleviate people crossing illegally at that spot. But that is something that we talked about even prior to last year, possibly trying to implement. And that's something that is very important to this, is making sure that those retail establishments do have that access from that gathering area.
And I guess I would suggest, Jeremy, that the width of their storefront should be their access, not 5 or 10 feet. If they have a 30-foot wide store, they should get a 30-foot wide opening, and the restaurants shouldn't infringe into the width, the storefront that they've paid for, and that they can then use perhaps to enhance their access. Because honestly, I looked last year at how Calico Cat was treated, and it wasn't treated fairly. I'd have to put that down. The next question I have is, Kirby's talking about live music on the street, and I'd be interested in knowing what time that live music will knock off, because there are residents along that street. So has that been discussed at all?
No, as a private business, that would be something that they would need to discuss and follow proper protocols if they need to get licenses or ordinance rules. I would also make sure that they're aware of timing of the musical fountains, so they're not playing over that, timing of the Free Friday concerts, so they're not, double dipping and having somebody playing on the street at 9:15 when there's still a concert going on a Friday night that's a free concert. We would want to make sure that they're aware of that, so they're scheduling their entertainment appropriately and smartly as well. But in terms of what time they're playing, that's something that they would need to follow the proper protocols on. I mean, that's...
Okay. The next thing I have is, I am very concerned about what this space will look like. And we don't really have any kind of diagram to look at, but we're going to leave each merchant or restaurant to put out their own tables, and then someone from your staff, you or someone from city staff is going to coordinate the rest. Is there going to be a professional design service involved? Is it something that I mean, that's a big space, all right? When you close down the street.
Yeah, the first half of that block, that was all designed by each of their restaurants that owned that space in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So the expectation would be, if it's their space, that would be something they would design on their own. Our space would be the picnic tables, just a more general public gathering with some flower planters spread around some of those games, whether it's concrete or wood, whatever, for the outdoor games, but something to kind of keep people in that area and draw them in as an activity to do.
Okay. And I heard 2 different merchants say they've heard about this 2 days ago, and that concerns me. And I guess I'm wondering whether any of the downtown residents that live along this block have gotten notification at all.
The ones that are on the email list do, but I don't send out a letter to each resident in the downtown saying this was discussed at the board. Our board meetings are obviously public, and it was discussed in a public meeting and a recommendation at that point in December too. So I don't have like a mailing address that's sent out to every single person who lives in the downtown area, though.
So that would be a no?
No.
Okay. I think I've got what I need. Anybody else? Does it raise anything for anybody else?
Pat's got something.
I just want to make sure I understood the toasted pickle portion. The current proposal is that those parking spots would not be blocked off, is that correct?
We were not recommending that that would be blocked off. I have talked with Jim and said that there are ways we could possibly look at a sidewalk cafe in that area. Obviously, I'd have to make measurements to see, legality-wise, but there are also opportunities that could happen. If it's something where council feels comfortable also saying that that could be allowed, that would be fine, but we did discuss that with the surrounding retail establishments, and they felt that that space was more of a issue for their business throughout the year, and being a majority retail, we wanted to side with the majority. Any plan is always going to have its detractors. We were trying to keep the majority in their interest at the highest point. So majority of the first block is obviously restaurant, the majority of that second block being retail. We felt that if the majority of those people are having concerns in that area, that it maybe didn't make sense for us to make that recommendation at this time.
But I wanted to hear from city council on this. Is there acceptance that we could have discretion, that if we can work it out with the owners in that block? It really activated the center of that block last year.
Good.
And I will give them credit where it's due. We worked with them to help us keep the dumpster out back cleaner than we've ever kept it before. Partway through the summer, we talked to them and said, we really need to have some trade-off here. And there was like some pretty good agility there on his part, on the city's part, and we really ended up with a pretty good outcome last year. So if we can work it out with the neighbors, and if it seems to be copacetic, would it be okay to let those same parking spots?
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Okay, that'd be upon
Mike?
DPW, public safety, and my approval, just like we did with COVID.
Mike, what have you got?
Yeah, the only thing I was just gonna say, I'm all set with that, but is that when you have retail, your front window is where you get all your attention. And when you have 3 stores down there, you have the glass shop, you have the Calico Cat, and you have the surf shop, and they have all these in front of their windows, and people, all they see is, the ones that see it is on the sidewalk only, not in the social area, because you're gonna have all your restaurants in front of them. If I had a retail store, and that's my selling point, is what I put in my front window. People walk by, or they see it, they drive by. I can see where the second block, they really don't want it, because the simple fact is, when you drive by the car, you see something, you might wanna pull over and go in, because the window is their billboard. And we have to make sure that those billboards are seeable for everybody in there. We don't want the front line in front of them blocking their view of what they're trying to sell, because they have to make their payments too. They have to pay the taxes, they gotta pay water, heat, bills, and everything else. And if they don't get that traffic coming in, and they don't get that exposure that they usually get, we're not doing justice to them also. So make sure we do that. You open up that space and give them the opening so they can see. People can see their business, not just see people eating food, because that's when you walk by on one side and you look and you see people eating food, you don't look behind. It's too far behind. Take consideration of the businesses there. That's what my main concern is.
Oh, I would say I agree with Councilor Fritz on that, on the space for the retailers are there. And I just want to make sure I understand, Pat, you were looking for some direction, like are we including charging them for the spaces or just barricades? I'm kind of confused.
I'm going to come back, probably your next meeting, we'll dust off what we proposed last year. There was a square footage calculation on what we thought that value of that real estate was worth for them to use as outdoor dining. Okay. We had a heck of a time. I contacted all kinds of restaurant leasing companies and whatnot, and what I was told is that the outdoor space is always just kind of rolled into the cost of the overall space, so I couldn't get any good comparables, but we just looked at it and came up with, well, we think, per square foot, so many tables, and we came up with so I'll get that out and bring it back to you next meeting.
Very good.
I just want to say, I appreciate the innovation, and like I said, I remember that Downtown Futures mentioning that area as being an area that had some opportunities, so I appreciate the innovation. There's no time frame in our motion. I mean, I assume we're staying to what in the memo is basically May 1st to end of October, right? That's what we're being asked to approve.
Actually, Ryan, that was on my list to discuss as well. I'm glad you brought it up. My personal observation was October last year had almost no outdoor dining, and so we had the barricades up a month longer than they were actually in use, and I think at Armory, the same thing. I know they're not going up this year, but it seemed like I see that they want 1 May till Halloween, and that seems like an inordinately long time. Was there discussion among the group on that time frame, and is there agreement that that's what they need?
So there was discussion amongst our committee level and our board about the time frame. We started in the past years in the end of April last year, and then it was in May because of the pandemic the year previous. But we've also gone out through October 31st, because October is a month that is difficult to kind of tell with the weather. There may be some weekends where it is very busy down there because it's a 70-degree day, and there could be weekends where it's 35 degrees and rainy. So we have no idea. It was used based on what we've done in the past. Restaurants felt that worked best, so it gives them the opportunity to seat out there if the weather does cooperate. But if it's the direction of City Council that maybe September 30th makes more sense, then that's obviously what is approved. We go with that. You are all elected officials to make that type of decision as well. We did see that it being slower in those months, but it is a slower period in Grand Haven too. So having the opportunity for them to serve in that area if there was nice weather was something that we felt like we could at least present and see what the thoughts were.
Yeah, I guess I see, if it's not being used, it looks like this dead zone down there, and the same thing was, I think the concerns came up during the summer too, with different hours and different operations, and it kind of looks like, oh, nothing's going on in that block when there are, businesses that are open. So I guess just trying to find that sweet spot so it's not looking like this dead, nothing happening space.
And I am concerned about that too. I mean, when you look at Anna's house that has that very broad stretch of Washington, but they shut down at 3 o'clock every day. I'm concerned about it's an empty outdoor space that doesn't signal good things.
Theirs is a unique space, being that they are a breakfast establishment. However, they don't have a date, but I know their expectation is to open the Grand for dinner this year, most likely prior to summer would be my guess. So we can most likely expect them to be operating 7 days a week, both breakfast, lunch, and dinner in that space, which is a change from last year.
That helps a lot.
But it's also something where they have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. They have never served dinner. They don't serve dinner, or really mostly lunch even, at any of their other locations. This is actually the only location they have in a traditional downtown. Everything else is strip mall based or outside areas. So they're trying to implement what their menu may be, but I can expect that they're going to be open this year, which will definitely help the vibrancy in the evening time for that entire block too.
On the plus side, there'll be no barriers. That's what's going to be nice. You won't look so dead.
Except I think there will be barriers for anybody who serves alcohol, right?
So they'll have to delineate their space, but we don't have to drop concrete barriers. They could use barrels or ropes.
For the liquor commission, they can only get their licenses for certain areas. They have to apply for it and that. And so they have to have it roped off but they don't have to have those big concrete barriers there no more. They can make it look a little bit more presentable, so that's the plus side on it.
Okay.
Jeremy, is it possible for you to address the mayor's and some other concerns? Since this is an experimental year, maybe you don't have to go all the way till October 31st, or you could ask for an extension if you started to look and say, hey, it's it's terrific right now, but maybe go for a month shorter in your request.
Yeah, we would be open to any suggestions that you have as well. If you're not comfortable going till October 31st, we'll obviously take what you say as a plan. So if you feel more comfortable changing that date, I'm sure that our restaurants would like to at least know what the date is so that they can plan their year. But if it's not October 31st and it is earlier in the year, then so be it. That is what they'll then plan around.
It'd just be a nice way to step into it and get feedback from the residents and
and we can try our best to check weather. If it is looking really nice in the fall, maybe we could ask for an extension, but you can play that one by ear, obviously, and see how it is going.
So what I hear is a motion to modify the resolution to extend through 30 September instead of 31 October. Is that accurate, Karen?
Well, I threw that out there. If you all agree, then we can modify that.
We're good with that. I'll second you on that. Yes, Pat?
Could we also just include that the public safety director, public works director, and manager would have discretion to reevaluate the toasted pickle spots?
Yeah.
You know, if we could make that work, that those parking spots, I think it's 2 or 3 parking spots. Two?
I believe it's 2 and a scooter.
And a scooter.
2 and a scooter.
2, basically.
Get that in the motion, Kelly, 2 and a scooter.
You guys all right with that?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
So this is on the motion to modify the resolution to decrease the date range to end on September 31st.
No, 30th.
September 30th.
31st will be forever.
Well,
Isn't it September 31st?
thank you.
No sweat.
To modify the resolution to decrease the end date to September 30th and to also add the deferment, let me see how to word this, would also allow the Director of Public Safety and Director of Public Works to exercise discretion on closing toasted pickle parking spaces as was done in 2020 and 2021.
I think that'll work. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We call the roll.
Yep, for this amendment, it'd be Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes?
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
All right, so your amendments to that motion are added. So you're back to the actual item.
Any further discussion on that?
I think we beat it up pretty good.
Please call the roll.
All right, okay, just a second, I gotta get this ready again. All right, so this is for the amended motion. So Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes?
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
All right, motion carries as amended.
Thank you all very much.
The next item on your agenda is new business, item C. Consideration by City Council of a resolution to direct the Planning Commission to consider whether recreational, adult use, marijuana sales should be permitted in Grand Haven and develop a recommendation for City Council that, if affirmative, includes amendments to the zoning ordinance that identify appropriate areas and criteria for such sales. Planning Commission is further directed to return this recommendation only after it has sufficient time to thoroughly address the issue involved.
Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'm going to second it for discussion. I put this in here. I added it to the agenda because I was, as I explained in the memo that forwarded it, I was at Planning Commission and listened to limiting instruction by Jennifer Holland to the Planning Commission that they are only to look at where to recommend recreational marijuana sales rather than to examine the issue. And I got up and I said that this city council had passed a resolution, and the resolution was the guidance that Planning Commission should use to determine what city council wanted from them. So I added this to this week's agenda to offer it as guidance for Planning Commission because they've requested clarification. If this isn't what Planning Commission or City Council wants, I think City Council is going to need to generate some other guidance for them. Anybody got comments they'd like to make?
I do, Mayor. Yeah, because I was at that, well, I just will note, I think it's clear to point out for our minutes, the Mayor's well within her right to second a motion, although I think that's breaking with a very significant precedent in this community. I don't think I've ever seen it. I don't know if Mr. Fritz has ever seen it since the time he's been on council, but it's a breaking precedent, but I just think that should be noted. But yeah, I was at the Planning Commission meeting as well, and for me tonight, I don't think that the Planning Commission needs new direction, which is what this motion would provide, but they need clarification, and that's what they've asked for. They haven't asked for a new motion. They've asked for clarification. I did not speak at the Planning Commission meeting. I purposely did not speak at the Planning Commission meeting because I believe that we speak as a body about our legislative intent. And so I did not feel it was appropriate to speak to our body's legislative intent. I think we have to be very careful in doing that with our Planning Commission, considering that we have appointment authority over them. We want them to give us, certainly they came back with us and they needed clarification. That's okay. I respect that, and that process worked. But we're going to, obviously be deciding this matter ultimately, and I don't think it was the proper way to handle their the direction that the staff gave them based on staff's understanding of what our prior direction was. We pass something as a body, and our staff takes that and they work to carry that out, and they were doing their job and carrying that out, and I think they were carrying it out properly. I think Jennifer explained it appropriately, and as I understood it. But the way that she explained it at that meeting, I thought was quite clear that assuming we're going to allow recreational sales, what is your recommendation on how to handle this from a land use perspective? That's what we asked them to do, and we asked them to provide a recommendation by April. I'll say this again tonight. I've said this before, and if the Planning Commission gets to April and they say we need a couple more months to consider this and look into some things, I will be the first one to say absolutely they should be given more time to do what they need to do. So I want them to hear that loud and clear from me. Perhaps my fellow council members can speak to that as well. This is really no different than the medical marijuana process that we went through a few years ago. The council at the time, I wasn't on it, the council at the time sent to the Planning Commission, hey, assuming we're going to have medical marijuana, tell us from a land use perspective how to do it, and oh, by the way, here's the date to have it back to us by. And we worked through that. In fact, I think it might have taken a little bit longer than that date, and the council was understanding of that. After they worked through the land use process, then we worked on the regulatory ordinance portions, and that's exactly the process that we're following here. Our staff have been working with our city attorney. They've given advice to the Planning Commission based on what the city attorney has the advice that the city attorney has given them. We are seeking a written opinion on a number of issues that we discussed, or that were in the motion at the last meeting. And once that opinion comes back, I see the Planning Commission's, has perhaps some legal questions. If they have specific legal questions, they should let us know what those are, so that way the city attorney can address them, and then we can, once we get that written opinion, discuss as a body what's the proper way for them to get that legal advice. As far as a survey goes, I think staff's idea that certainly if the survey is going to be done, it needs to be done the proper way. There's obviously a lot of tension on this. My concern with the survey is that this is not as simple as just saying I support this or I don't support this. There's a lot of layers to this, and so there's a challenge with conducting a survey. But if it's going to be done, I think it should be done professionally and randomized, and make sure that it actually is representative of what our community, the demographics of our community, of all ages, and so that's just, I guess, my initial comments on this. I don't think there's a need to pass this particular motion tonight. I think this conversation we're gonna have tonight will provide the direction that's needed to our staff to then bring back to the Planning Commission. So that's all I have at this point.
Karen?
Yeah, I think I was not at the Planning Commission meeting. I did not watch it, so I don't know what transpired. So I'm just evaluating right here, and I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Cummins that our original direction back in December, when the resolution was passed, were instructions to examine what I understood to be a thoughtfully prepared medicinal marijuana ordinance. Now, it did take place years before, and we've obviously had a lot of turnover on the Planning Commission. So perhaps we assumed a lot of experience in there and knowledge of what we wanted them to do, but they were to add any appropriate land use protections they deemed necessary should City Council decide to permit. It was not the intent of City Council to delegate the decision and the deliberation. This is a policy decision that can only be made by Council, but we wanted them to recommend what ordinance changes based on the fact that they had spent so much time previously on. And why to the Planning Commission? Because they are the appropriate citizen board to vet this and to make those recommendations on any zoning ordinance changes, as well as the right ones to hold the public hearing on those ordinance changes. Secondly, in order to make a decision, I need to understand, City Council members need to understand whether or not those proposed zoning ordinances can adequately address some important concerns that have been expressed by members of the community. So that part seemed to be, I think pretty direct to what we wanted the City Council to do. Now, keep in mind that the city staff, city manager, Jennifer, have already worked, as Mayor Pro Tem Cummins mentioned, that they've already worked with the city attorney to come up with a draft and talk about a lot of these things. So I guess, I wasn't thinking, I thought we were pretty clear on that that's what we wanted, that's what we were voting to do. I would also agree, it's worth mentioning that we did at our February 7th meeting, we passed a resolution directing the attorney to provide a written opinion on the legal landscape. Again, that information will come back to us with the Planning Commission information so that we can deliberate on this issue. So I guess my recommendation is this resolution is not needed. I'd like to provide the direction back. I think my understanding is similar to yours. I don't know if, there's others on what we passed, but
Can I ask a question? In what format do you think the direction back should come? I look, and I'm honestly asking. I look at this resolution, and it directs them to consider amendments. All right. So, and I'm really not trying to limit what that says, but if you consider amendments, look at the question and say, I don't think it should be amended, is that, we didn't say, you didn't say, I should say, to prepare amendments, to develop amendments. You said to consider amendments. What does the word consider mean? And I'm really not trying to argue semantics, but in that resolution that we passed, that is the direction that's supposed to go to Planning Commission. You've asked them to consider amendments. And if that's not what you meant, then I think there should be, which is why I brought this resolution forward, if that is what you meant, that you wanted them to make a recommendation about whether or not to implement recreational sales, and if they said yes,
that was
tell us
that was the
where.
question.
If that's the question, if that's not the question, then I think we owe them a resolution that is voted on by council that directs them what you do want them to do,
Right.
which is develop amendments.
We've already given them direction. Staff understood that direction correctly. I'm making that very clear on the record tonight. They can share a copy of the meeting minutes with them to explain what our clear legislative intent was, and that staff's explanation at their last meeting was correct, and you know, our staff wouldn't be, our staff wouldn't be working on a regulatory ordinance for us if they didn't assume that we were going to potentially approve recreational marijuana. So it's saying, assuming we're going to do recreational marijuana, if that's what the council ends up deciding, what should the land use recommendations to the council be, and staff will bring what the regulatory ordinance suggestions should be. That's
Well, you know, Mayor, you talk about amendments. I mean, if you look at the resolution that was presented to the Planning Commission, case number 21-4052 lays out exactly what the text amendments are supposed to be. Every single section of the zoning ordinance. That is what, you know, that was the charge. I mean, you know, Pat had sent us a note on the first part of January where he and Jennifer and Ron and Tom Forsme had, I think it's his name, sorry, Forshee, had met to develop these text amendments to the zoning ordinance. He presented that to us. You know, I read it right in a memo from him. I think Jennifer took that direction from our attorneys and put these proposed text amendments together. That, in my mind, anyways, was the charge to the Planning Commission. It was not about, you know, anything else but exactly what was laid out there. I thought Jennifer properly laid out, you know, what the role of the Planning Commission was in her memo. They frankly chose to ignore it. And as far as I'm concerned, I think they have been, with Jennifer's help and with our attorney's help, have been given what their job is. If they don't want to do their job, then move on. But it surely seems to me that they have been given clear direction by our attorneys and our staff. Thank you.
Mike, got anything?
Well, just a few things. Going forward, I really like this, the way it's worded here, and also gives us, making sure that our planning commission has enough time to research their own. I don't like giving deadlines on things when it comes to a very important issue in our town. The deadline is not what I would like to see. I would like to have an open mind to them and let them do their own time period. And if they have to rush through things, anytime you rush things and trying to get it done fast, I mean, I've been on this council for a long time, and I tell you what, government doesn't move fast, and you're not supposed to move fast. You're supposed to do it efficiently, and that's what when you give them deadlines and tell them they have to be done, we're not building a road, we're not building a building, we're doing something here for the people here. So I really think the final thing on this where it says it has sufficient time to thoroughly address all the issues involved, I think that is the best thing we could do. I'm for this because it says that on there. Whether I'm for or against legalizing it here, I haven't showed my card yet and said that, but I just want to make sure that we get it done right when it's done. I don't want to rush. I'm not building a road. Like I said, I'm not building a road. I'm not building a house. I'm not putting a car together. I don't have a deadline to meet. But I just want to make sure that all those people that are working for us and donating their time have enough time to really think through everything they do. I would like to have that myself when it comes to time. That's why we have work sessions. We don't used to have a work session and vote on it right afterwards. It was the most ludicrous thing we did because you didn't have time to really think through it. Now we have a work session. We got 2 weeks at least to sit back and look at it. We got time to look at things. But you give them a deadline to do things. I just don't think that's what we should be doing. We should give them an open thing saying, do an efficient job so when it gets to us, we have the proper things, tools in our hand, we can look at it. That's what I say.
Can I speak to the deadline piece? You know, look, this was passed in December, and our staff gave us the recommended date of April. when medical marijuana was sent to the planning commission, you know, Mr. Fritz, you were on the council. You put a date on it. You told the planning commission a date then. We just had some zoning moratoriums saying, hey, we're gonna put a moratorium in place for some of these zoning changes with the expectation that the planning commission would review them and come back within that time frame to give us recommendations. It wasn't, hey, we're gonna put an endless moratorium on this and expect that it takes you as long as it takes. It's reasonable to place timeframes on something to move along the legislative process. But again, like I said, for me, and I hope, you know, I would hope to hear this from all of our council members, so I think I'm hearing it clear from you, Mr. Fritz, that if they need more time than April, I totally agree.
I want to make sure that they have enough time for themselves.
Yeah.
And the difference between recreational and medical was that it was actually, at the time, was prescribed by doctors and stuff, and that'd be just like a regular medicine. And that's why I was the one that actually went for that, if you remember, Ryan.
You're correct. You're absolutely
Me and Mr. Bruger are the ones that brought it forward and said that, because our constituents we had 70, 80-year-old people driving to Kalamazoo to pick up their medicine. I'm talking medicine. I'm not talking marijuana. I'm talking medicine. That's what it is. That's what we did.
Yep, and the concern here is that if this shop, as one example, can't afford to stay open under the medical license, and they go out of business, they're right back to going to Kalamazoo to get their medicine. So that's the concern, you know, that's.
I guess I have another concern here, and I'm just gonna be straight about it. I'm concerned, that, you know, the clarification, we have a resolution that we have sent and directed the planning commission to do, and now we have a second resolution that's brought by our mayor, who has attended, not coming from, per se, the request for clarification that we would typically get either directly through the planning commission chairman himself or through the city attorney or the representatives. And so I'm troubled by that. I do feel we gave clear direction, and I think we need to give that clear direction back. I guess I'm also going to say, and this is attention to the city clerk, if we are going to have members of city council regularly attend citizen commissions and boards, then you will need to notify the public that there will be a possible quorum. And those citizen commissions, make no mistake, they are influenced by council. Then they are not free to do their job as a citizen committee and deliberate and come back with recommendations in an open forum for council to make a decision on. So I'm going to leave it at that and say I'm afraid I don't agree with the interpretation by the mayor. I believe the three of us who voted to send this to planning commission were clear on the direction. City Manager McGinnis, you were correct in your interpretation of that, and so we'd like to send that back.
I'm going to say one final thing, which is I compared and contrasted the resolution that you passed with the resolution that sent down the medicinal marijuana, which was quite directive in nature and was very explicit in what was expected. This was not that, and that's that.
In your opinion?
Well, I speak for myself, so yes, but this was not that. Okay. Any further discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember McLaughlin?
No.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
No.
Councilmember Cummins?
No.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion fails. Next item on your agenda in new business is an item that was removed from the consent agenda. It's to approve a resolution in support of providing reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act for elected officials and members of boards and commissions.
I'll make a motion.
Motion.
Second?
Motion by Fritz, second by Cummins. Discussion? Karen, I think you pulled this one?
Wait,
Is that not true?
which one?
It's the
Original
ADA.
Right, I did. As I understand this, Kelly, this is, local governments, are recommended, it's up to them to do this. I wonder, I'd like to potentially add a clause, or let me tell you what I'm trying to think about. It's been over a month since our joint BLP City Council meeting, and at that meeting, we asked the BLP to follow all of the same procedures and protocols that our City Council and our boards and commissions follow. And that would be following the Open Meeting Act and adhering to the procedures and protocols regarding the transparency of information that City Council and all of our boards and commissions follow, including making available to the public the entire agenda packets, as well as providing access to video recordings of public board meetings via Facebook or YouTube for at least 6 months. So far, they've kind of minimally complied. I understand they're going to put up a video for 30 days or there's a limitation. The second thing that we asked as I looked at the minutes was that we asked the BLP to provide equal and immediate access for all board members, regardless of gender, to documents viewed by the chair and the vice chair before they are shared outside the BLP board. This also has not happened. So I think I would be in favor of doing this, provided that the boards and commissions are complying with these expected standards.
Can I, a point of order here, how is what you're discussing related to this issue? That's my question.
It's related to the issue because some of the, let's just say I believe it could be used in this, in the case particularly of the BLP board to continue to not be as transparent. And since we have the ability to enforce that, I just want to make sure that this is not being used as a tool for non-transparency.
And Karen, what would you recommend that we do about it? You want to modify what the resolution here? Are you requesting we amend it or postpone it?
I would, in the urgency, I would like to ask the city clerk or ask someone to, I think we know that our own boards and commissions here, I think we're less certain whether or not the BLP is complying with these, Your Honor, and so I would like just some way of documenting that they are complying with the very same procedures that all of our boards and commissions and city councils comply with before we allow them to use this. I don't know if that makes any sense.
I'm not sure how to deal with that
Far as I read this, it's just the resolution is in support of providing reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act for elected officials and members of boards and commissions. That's just to support it. That we're saying that we support it. It's, well, I don't.
Right. I think, Mike, it's more than that, because maybe I can give some background, or Pat, you could. I can tell you that I had a member of a board unrelated to the BLP, just so it's clear, come to me about another member who wanted to keep her seat, but had gone through chemotherapy and was immunocompromised, and whose doctor was recommending that she not attend public meetings. And I kind of looked at her and said, that sounds like an Americans with Disabilities Act issue to me, and I'm going to ask. Well, before I got a chance to ask, the member that I had spoken to went straight to their staff liaison, who went straight to Pat, and Pat said, yeah, I don't think that works. And 2 days later, the state attorney general came down with a legal opinion that said there's a real issue of making sure that the federal law trumps the state law, and that there's a real issue with making sure that people with disabilities are able to participate fully in government, including sitting on boards even when they can't attend physically. And so what I think, this is basically a resolution that says we approve of that concept, and it will direct the clerk to develop guidance for our city about how a member who sits on a board or commission could get approval individually, not that it isn't going back to remote or virtual meetings generally, but it is to allow someone to participate virtually who has a medical or disability reason. That's what it's about.
Sounds good. And, you want to say something?
Yeah, if I could just chime in just a little bit about kind of the history of this. I think that's a good explanation of why this ended up on the agenda. But for many years, there was concern in the public sector if remote attendance could be considered as a member being present at a elected body or an appointed commission. When the Open Meetings Act was adjusted to include things such as allowing members of the military who are on active duty and unable to attend because of that meeting, to allow them to become registered as being present at the meeting, a lot of those questions got resolved pretty quickly because the state was conceding the point that a member can be present at a meeting remotely as long as they're adhering to some basic principles such as the requirement for two-way communication at all times. Now that allowed the state to look at a few other concerns, and one of them was applying this federal law in a way that made sense with the Open Meetings Act. So realizing that there is a process already for resolving ADA complaints with the city, that we do have a appointed ADA coordinator. It's actually our human resources manager, who you met many times. So using that same process and that same ADA coordinator, not the city clerk, not the city manager, the person that handles ADA concerns regularly, to evaluate the request from individual members of boards and commissions, not turning to completely remote meetings, only allowing individual members who have a documented and approved disability under the Americans with Disabilities Act to receive their federal rights under that act to participate not just remotely, but other requested accommodations they may have. So I think people get very wrapped up because this last Attorney General opinion was in response to remote attendance, but also this is more broad than that. You know, you do have to consider other accommodations as well. And I hope that answers some of the questions or raises a million more, because I love talking about this.
Well, I appreciate your passion, and you know, as an overall, this is a policy issue. I think this is, you know, absolutely the way that it should be. My question, though, is the legalities, right? Is our city attorney comfortable with this?
I've not consulted him yet about this, no.
I think we should, only because the MML, you know, released this, and they said, you know, you should really consult with your local legal counsel. I've heard some mixed feelings out there from other places on this, because the state legislature, for a while, was allowing virtual meetings, clearly, because of the pandemic, largely. And in there, they had a carve-out for medical conditions, was one of the actual specific items, and they specifically dropped that off when they let it expire and just allowed the military provision to continue. So they had some consideration for in-person. Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure that our city attorney is comfortable with the Attorney General's opinion, and that he feels that, you know, the opinion can be relied upon and that it's defensible. I hope that he does believe that, but that's why we have an attorney, to take a look at things and make sure that it's defensible. I just, still a little shaky, it sounds like, out there.
Yeah, I'm fine with this, but just to pick up on what Councilwoman Lowe said, it's clear that the BLP is not following the rules and regulations that we live by.
Can I just say,
No, can I just finish? And then you can have the floor. I think there's just something that we should take up, okay? Not tonight, but I think it's something that we should discuss. Because it's clear that packages aren't being put on, part of their website. I mean, I think Pat's the first one that says nobody's more transparent than the city of Grand Haven, with all our boards, with all our commissions. And I just think that we want to make sure that everybody follows the same rules. So that's all I wanted to say.
And I don't have any reservations about that, but this might not be the way to air that, is all I'm gonna say. Maybe we take that with a, if you wanna put something, yeah, okay.
Well, the only reason why I mentioned it is because when I read the release on February 4th, it did mention the OMA as part of the concerns, and that's where my concern came from. If we already have a board or commission that is not complying with any of that, do we entertain from one of their members this, because we're already struggling to try to get them in compliance. And so that's where that came from. It's something for us to discuss with the attorney perhaps, and maybe come back to this.
Okay, so what I'm hearing,
Should we make a motion to postpone this till
I feel
next meeting, till we get clarification from the lawyer? I'd like to make
Okay.
that motion.
Yep.
Second, Mike.
Motion by Fritz, second by Cummins. And we will ask the city attorney, and if possible, I guess, get this back for the next council meeting.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to everyone?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, good. I guess we better call the roll. So we need to call it twice, Kelly?
No, just
Just
to
once.
postpone it.
All right, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
All right, this is postponed to your next meeting, and I'll consult with the city attorney about his recommendation. The next item on your agenda was again removed from the consent agenda, and it's to approve a revised request of the approved Kenzie's BE Cafe special event request to add into the event amplified sound and commercial Jeep vendors interspersed through the Jeeps on Saturday, May 14th, 2022, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Can I get a motion to that effect?
So move.
Second, anybody?
Second?
Motion by McLaughlin, second by Cummins. I am going to speak to this one because I asked you to pull it from the consent agenda, and the only issue I had was they're setting up at 6 a.m. and they've got amplified sound. So there are residents downtown that I don't think we should necessarily bombard. The dumpster's playing at 5, and if you start your amplified sound at, I'm guessing they won't use it for, I'd just like to limit when they can use amplified sound to a reasonable time in the morning, which I would consider 9, but you might consider 8, and I could live with either of those. Char, you got any?
Aaron's right
So,
here.
yeah,
Aaron,
Aaron's here.
Aaron, I don't know what the amplified sound's for, but if it's not necessary in setup, I think my
I'm ready to do the formal stuff. Aaron Lyon, 620 Clinton. The amplified sound is just, we can make announcements and raffle off the Jeep.
okay, later on, like not before 8.
We might do some like, oh, we're doing a giveaway, come
Right,
down
but
throughout the event, but
not-
not before 8 a.m.
Okay.
Nothing will happen
All
before
right.
8 a.m.
Then so long as that's the case, I don't have any reservations. Just don't wake everybody up before 8 a.m.
I
That's
won't
when-
even be down there.
Well,
Wait, aren't you cooking coffee?
Yeah.
if you go to the car show at 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning, they're all coming down with their cars.
I know they are.
But
Yep, and they'll be there early.
amplified sound doesn't come on till later on. You're absolutely correct. It's usually when they have giveaways or they have
All I
a
wanted-
little bit of music
That's all I wanted to
for the
say.
view.
So, clerk, unless anybody wants to say anything else,
No.
could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item on your agenda was again removed from the consent agenda, and it's to approve 2 special event requests from Merchant and Maker to be held in the green space of Chinook Pier and the parking lot on Saturday, July 9th and Saturday, August 13th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay, I pulled this one.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mike. Motion by Fritz, second by McLaughlin. And I pulled this one, and I pulled it because I didn't see the block that said insurance requirements checked. And also because the fee for park use I thought was kind of low. It looked like it was a $50 fee. I thought this was a really cool event, but they were very upfront that it was a for-profit operation.
Yep.
And they were willing to pay the fees, and I might be wrong, Char, but I thought we were charging them $50 for each event, and because it was an other park fee. And that's why earlier when I said renting out our waterfront probably shouldn't go for $50, and that's kind of what I was concerned about.
So from a calculation perspective, I was looking at this, Shiel Lyons Merchants and Makers, she is a city resident. However, it is a commercial business that is running Merchants and Makers. So maybe my calculations were off, but I was looking at, from a resident perspective, the fee to rent a premium park is $500.
Mm-hmm.
This other park fee that I calculated was 11 hours times $50, which was $550.
Then I messed up the calculation, I didn't understand. Okay.
But perhaps I messed up because I didn't calculate it, I calculated on a resident rate, not a merchant, not a commercial rate.
I'm not asking for more than $500 a day, so if it was $500 a day, I missed that.
Okay.
And I'm okay unless it raises questions for the rest of you.
It was a good event, and it
Yeah,
brought a lot of
it's a
people
great
down there,
event.
and fills up the green space for us down there.
Anything further? Then I apologize, and I think, except for the insurance requirements.
The insurance, we would never issue a permit if they didn't give us the insurance. That's the last step in the process.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item on under new business was again removed from the consent agenda. And it's to authorize a mayoral response to a letter dated January 10, 2022 from Field Reichart, Grand Haven Energy Organization, regarding a request of City Council to undertake an independent study to evaluate the Grand Haven Board of Light and Power's long-range energy plan.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. I think I heard it first from Cummins. Motion by Fritz, second by Cummins. Discussion if you can. Ryan, you want to start? I know you've given me some feedback on it.
Yeah, I can start. I guess my preferred response to GHEO is, I think we heard a few comments on it tonight during public comment, but, last time GHEO kind of came to us with some concerns, the council kind of said, look, go talk with the BLP and from GHEO's perspective, and maybe from BLP's perspective too, that conversation didn't go very well. And so, obviously, independent study of the Harbor Island plans are moot now. But, the greater discussions about what our energy mix should be going forward, and how that relates to an overall kind of sustainability plan, and what the right mix of technology is, and what our community is really expecting as far as goals, maybe carbon reduction, all those types of things. I think the council very much cares about those things as well as the overall leaders of the community, and a small piece of an overall community, states, country, and planet. So I think a better response might be that, hey, we think we want to work on a sustainability plan. We realize that we're kind of working through some pension. Mr. McLaughlin mentioned this at the last meeting. We're working through some pension issues right now, our budget, but perhaps this summer we can really kind of kick off some sustainability planning that will include some energy planning, and an independent look at our energy planning or at least through a consultant, maybe with their guidance. And that we will work together with the BLP, the council, our community members, our area industry, and hopefully, regional municipalities. I mean, ideally, we'll have something regional here. And hopefully, as we work through the next several months, we'll be able to work on some funding sources for these things, because folks to kind of guide us through sustainability planning and energy planning will cost some money. And hopefully, if we do this collectively as a region, that will be beneficial. I had one more thought, but I lost it, so maybe if it comes back to me, I'll...
Karen, can you go next?
Yeah, I removed it from the agenda for a couple reasons. Just to clarify, and I think Resident Jeff Miller I took some notes, but I thought he made some very important comments. Field Record's letter was to all of the city council, was to remind city council that a petition signed by 1,000 city residents and an additional 400 ratepayers was, okay, these are my words, expressing no confidence in the BLP's strategic plan, and they asked for 3 things. The first thing was to stop the peaker plant, and that did happen. But the other 2 things didn't, and that was getting a second opinion consultant around that energy plan, given the rapid changes occurring in renewable energy and storage, and then asking City Council to enforce BLP transparency on this report by making it come back to Council. So responding back to Field and saying all's well with just the officials in there and ignoring the request and the petition of 1,400 people in our community, well, I just didn't think that was the message that Council should be sending back. And then I went back because I thought I was supposed to work on that and help you out with that. And I checked the minutes and from the joint BLP City Council, and I kind of saw that I wasn't, it says we, but we really didn't. I know that, I think you made it clear then in your memo to the staff that really that was your point of view. Or maybe you talked to someone else, worked with someone else here. But the memo states, the last thing I wanted to say is your memo staff says you can't meet with other people because that would be a violation of the OMA. And I just want to get clarification. One council person can meet with another council person and work on any of these things together, correct? And that's not a violation. It's when you put a third in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at all that, I know that I have also met with Field Reichert, and I know that he's been working on a lot of different things. Pat, you've been working on a number of things in terms of looking at the county and some availability for money for various things, and that there is a possibility that there might be a way for us to do a sustainability and energy plan a little bit more broadly with other communities, which would be really great. Perhaps right now, there isn't a need to respond back to Field Reichert, and maybe we need to put it on hold, as you say, until, we see how these things, but I don't want to ignore what 1,000 city residents put in this petition. This was their language, not just Field's. And so I just wanted to lay that out there, that we hear you. There's still another piece of this that City Council, you've asked City Council to be responsible for, and so I guess it's just my opinion and interpretation of that.
Ryan, that brought up
I thought the one last point I was going to make is I think we're actually more in alignment with the BLP on this, and that they've in their SWOT analysis that they actually just recently kind of sent to the city, that they thought sustainability and energy planning was something that should be a city sustainability and energy plan. And my understanding when this has come up kind of before is that Mr. Walters said that it's typically a city that would take that on. Certainly they would be a partner in it, but that I think there's some opportunities for us to work together. And I don't have a problem pen to paper explaining exactly what we've just discussed tonight. So.
No, go ahead.
Mike?
Oh, go ahead, I haven't said nothing yet.
Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I really agree with Karen and Ryan. I think we should try to include it as part of our sustainability plan. I think we could, if we can write that back to field, and to the GHEO, I think that really serves what we wanna do. I think we could have a sustainability/energy plan. I think it makes all the sense in the world. Make sure we get it all into one. It's important in the community.
Absolutely. I have to agree, Ryan. After reading what their responses were back for our SWAT, it was almost telling us to work with them on that whole energy part. If you look at all of them, it was just joining city council with city council with city council. Almost every one of them had it on there with us. So we need to do it together. We need to do it. And they have new members over there who are really energetic. And they have a lot of ideas, and they're moving forward. And I have a whole new council here, and they're energetic and that. And I tell you what, and we need what we have right now. We have a lot of other things right now to moving forward. Harbor Island, and we're working through our budget. We have union contracts and stuff. Maybe if we just postpone for a little bit, but it's a good idea. Sometimes it's a better idea to have a third party take a look every once in a while. At that time, we can in the future, take a look at that, maybe in a few months or so, or whatever, we get everything taken care of. We can look at that right now. And since Field is here, he can probably almost hear what we're talking about him, so I don't know, if you want to give a formal response to him, that'd be what we discussed. But I have to agree, right now it's probably not time to set up a committee, but the thing is, we need to do something, and we need to be working with the Board of Light and Power on a future and what is going on there. Right now, we just need to look forward.
I think we have to drive it. I think you're right.
Absolutely. We have to put in, I'm looking at an electric car, man, I'm telling you right now, so I know. So I tell you what, we need to have that.
I'll believe that when I see it, I'm just gonna say.
Oh, no, I was at, you talk to Jan.
Okay.
But anyways, yes, I don't think we need to have the mayor direct a letter, or we can just give a response, maybe.
Well, here, let me just clarify. I put this out as a straw man because I do think that the GHEO deserves an answer,
Yes.
a formal answer. They sent us, as council, a formal letter, and it seems to me we have an obligation to provide a formal answer. And the problem is that we can't get together and discuss generally how to do what we think about it unless we do it in an open meeting. And so I put this on the agenda with a straw man to say, this is actually pretty much how I would answer this, because I think organizationally, taking the personalities out of it, which I know is difficult, but I believe is the right way to structure something, organizationally, I believe that what the Grand Haven Energy Organization is asking for is really BLP business. And BLP, I understand there are some challenges, but BLP has to get its house in order and take a look at these issues. Now, it's interesting because basically the last sentence I put, we believe exploring ways to increase renewable energy sources and harness evolving technology will be an important part of these priorities. Not just BLP's, but ours. So I get that these are, from my perspective, our options. We can say, yes, we're going to order this right now, okay? And I don't believe that's the right way to do it. We can say we will look at doing it in the future, and I'm okay with that. But how do we just leave? Do we leave them without an answer? Do we give them half answers? Organizationally, basically what I wrote was that there's been a significant change to the composition of both the BLP's board and the City Council's board, and that both boards have, and that candidates that the Grand Haven Energy Organization supported are now in office, and these people have expressed strong interest in sustainability, and it is coming. But but it is not necessarily, the question, I guess, to you guys is, and this is an honest question, should we do what they're asking now?
I would just like to chime in here. I think the part that I found more objectionable here is that even though we have these new board members in place, the BLP has not changed in terms of their actions. They are continuing to be less transparent. They are marginalizing the one female board member by continuing to keep information from her that is shared outside of the board. The chair and the vice chair will share it with you, Your Honor, and Mayor Pro Tem, but she does not have access to this information. I find some of those things unacceptable, and their lack of transparency. So to say that let these board members go and do, I know the people of the Grand Haven Energy Organization have had a much longer history than perhaps you and I alone working with the BLP, and there's a trust level that has to be rebuilt. And so I just don't want to ignore, again, those 1,000 signatures of city residents and their requests by saying, hey, just wait, let these guys, do their thing. And so, anyway,
So what do you want to do?
Here, I'm just speaking for me here. I think I laid out, I don't see why a letter could not very clearly state that the city hopes to work with regional partners, our area industry, our community members, and the BLP on a sustainability and energy plan, and we hope to start that work sometime this summer if we can identify funding and work through some other critical issues that are, that we have to work through in the next few months. I think that seems like a reasonable response to them. I mean,
Okay, do you guys agree?
That sounds good.
Good to me.
Karen?
Same.
Okay, do you want me to draft that, or Ryan, do you want to draft it?
I can certainly draft it.
I'm good either way.
Yeah.
I got it set up in my computer, and I can modify it to suit, but we have to bring it back to this body, in order to, approve.
Okay.
Would you agree?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll draft something, I'll bring it, I'll get it to the,
Yes.
Okay.
That's what Kelly says.
yeah.
It's getting late.
All right,
getting
so
late,
Ryan,
Kelly,
you're
whatever
gonna
you
take
say.
it for
We're not
action.
gonna be making good decisions.
I'll take it and bring
Okay.
it back, yep.
Yep.
Old business now.
Do you want to just postpone this item indefinitely then?
I don't think yes, I would say postpone indefinitely. Motion to
I'll
postpone
make a motion to
indefinitely?
postpone this indefinitely.
Motion by Fritz, second, anyone? Second by Cummins. And I'm guessing it won't be indefinite, but that won't put anybody
us
under a
time.
time frame. That's right. Okay,
There you go.
all right. Call the
So,
roll?
yep, on the motion to postpone indefinitely, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Your postponement has been approved unanimously. So the next item that you have for new business is something that was added during the approval of the agenda by Councilmember Lowe. It's a request. It's consideration of a resolution to administer oaths of office at the next regular city council meeting following the confirmation of a mayoral appointment to boards and commissions.
Motion to that effect.
Explain this to me again?
Okay. Yeah, Karen, can you explain it?
Oh, sure. I think we've made some good changes. I think you may recall, we used to we were swearing in people before we actually even confirmed them on the board.
Can I get a second first, and then we'll discuss? Is that okay?
I made a motion.
You made a motion. Have we got a second?
Well, I'll second it then.
Okay,
I understand
so-
it. I exactly know where you're at then.
Motion by McLaughlin, second by
Never mind
Fritz.
the question.
Sorry.
Okay,
Karen-
good.
Karen-
Never mind, I understand the question now. I'm just trying to figure out which one you were doing. You made so many different
recommendations tonight. I was trying to figure out which one you were,
So,
which one you were
but
doing,
I-
Karen, so that's all.
Mike, if you can, would you state what it is you want us to do?
This is regarding the confirmation of mayoral appointments, which needs to occur per the charter. Just as background, you may recall that we were swearing people in before they were officially confirmed by council, which was kind of in violation of the charter, so we stopped putting that on the consent agenda and we created an agenda item so that we would approve them before they're sworn in. Recently, in just some discussions with the city clerk, I had some concerns about circulating some of the information and there being an appearance of that not happening in an open meeting in terms of the discussion, and one of the reasons for that was that we want to be sensitive to the fact that we have people showing up to be sworn in, and it starts to restrict a little bit in terms of how an open discussion of an appointment. And as we started, while the confirmation of appointment isn't exactly a policy decision, it is required per charter. I thought we should allow for the fact that council may not always agree with the mayor's choice of an appointment, and or there could be, and just to avoid some embarrassment, that we have that, we can have that open discussion should that need to happen. It probably would be less embarrassing for the individual if they were, if we just postponed it one meeting. So we would have the confirmation of the appointment, and at the very next meeting, those that were confirmed at the prior regular meeting do I have this right, Kelly? Would be then sworn in at the following regular meeting. So that's the. Oh, did you just do that just now?
Well, Ashley did, so give her applause.
Ashley, thank
And
you.
Pat helped write it, because I was trying to keep track of all your discussions. So it was a group effort from this
Right,
table.
that's what I meant.
Good, that's good, good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ready to vote. Yeah, we're ready to go.
We're ready to vote.
Any more discussion?
Well, I think part of it, procedurally, at least since I've been on council, we've always approved the appointment first, and then they were sworn in, where I think where it wasn't always occurring was that, like, if we were gonna, like, for example, we honored former Mayor Manetza, and the resolution honoring him was on the consent, but our presentation of that resolution was before we actually approved the consent agenda. So that seemed kind of odd to read a resolution that council then approved afterwards. But our appointments, at least since I've been on, we've always
Approved them before.
Yep, and like Linda would read them off. Sometimes it was a long list. We'd make a motion to approve in a second. But that doesn't take away from your concern related to the other piece. But just for clarification on that, yeah.
This makes it a little bit.
And we did fix that now. We put the presentations after the
I
consent
noticed that
agenda,
it
so.
changed, yeah, yep.
So the poor people being recognized now have to wait through the consent agenda, but at least they know it's been approved.
Yeah.
Because often the city council would joke, well, I guess we have to vote yes on this one, we already gave the guy the paper.
Right.
So yeah, we fixed that.
I'm gonna go on record as opposed. For what it's worth, it is a cumbersome process, I agree. But I think I've made a fair effort to let people know in advance who I'm considering appointing and asking whether there are reservations by those people. And I think that I am getting a growing number of backlog in the appointments that, some of which are time sensitive, not all of which, but some of which. So putting it off for an additional 2 weeks, or in some cases 3 weeks, I would oppose. That being the case, is there any further discussion?
So we actually are doing it correct now?
You are currently making the appointment, confirming the appointment, and then swearing in following the confirmation of the appointment,
So
which
we're
is what
doing
was done tonight.
Like we have been, we're doing it correct as far as it goes. as far as the charter is.
Historically consistent, and it is in the correct order now.
There was one, I just want to bring out the example that you brought up, that there was, in the past, there had been one, well, why don't you tell us about it? Apparently a lively discussion that happened with the individual who was being appointed in the room, and it was in the hopes of avoiding that kind of, just being very clear and not avoiding that kind of situation that we came up with this. Sorry.
Okay. Maybe the Duncan Park one, is that what's coming up?
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
Don't delay it, we need people.
I happened to be at that meeting. It
a
wasn't
little
pretty.
awkward, I
Yeah.
wouldn't say that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
No.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fritz,
No.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
No.
Motion carries.
Lay it out another 2 weeks.
The next item on your agenda, we are moving into unfinished business now, and it's consideration by City Council of a resolution to retain the firm of Einstein Malinchuk to pursue possible insurance coverage for financial liability on Harbor Island resulting from past city operations there, and authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the necessary documents.
So moved. Any support?
Second?
Motion by McLaughlin, second by Cummins. Discussion? I'd like, Pat, is there a change in this? As our consultant said, we should go forward with this?
Yeah, they have no objection to it. And this may bring us some insurance money, possibly, but
Okay, any further discussion?
And they take a lower fee?
No, I don't think so. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes?
Your motion carries. The next item on unfinished business is consideration by the City Council of a final resolution to amend Section 213 of the City of Grand Haven Code of Ordinances to allow City Council to hold regular or special meetings at alternative locations, provided the location is set in advance by City Council resolution, is posted on the city website and on social media, and is explained in all notices of any meeting proposed to be held at an alternate location.
So moved.
Second?
Second?
Motion by McLaughlin, second by Cummins. Discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Your ordinance amendment has been approved. That takes you to reports by City Council.
I'll report. I am here, it's late, and anytime you get late past this time, I remember an ex-mayor here made a point that anything after 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's not good decision, so that's my report.
Thank you, Mike. Kevin?
I'm right behind him.
Same?
I'm good.
Ryan?
Sounds like good advice.
Karen?
Same.
I got one thing, which is, I was at Walk the Beat, on, Saturday night. A really great group of people raising money for, both for instruments for high school music programs in Northwest Ottawa County, and also, to put on a very cool fundraising event this summer, that will be in East Side, that will feature live music in various locations, and I encourage everyone to support them. And that's all I got. Pat?
thank you, Your Honor. First thing under city manager reports tonight, and I apologize, I'd love to take all your lead and just blow this off, but gotta get through these things, and we have some folks that waited quite a while. I don't think they'd be happy if we skipped it. Harbor Drive snow removal, Derek, Gatos and Matt Wade put together a report on the conditions down on Harbor Drive and why it is that this has never been cleared. The sidewalk down there has never been cleared. In fact, many West Michigan communities with beach settings like ours don't even keep the roads open through the winter. They're unable to do it due to staff time. So I was just going to ask Derek to step up and explain to you a little bit about what he's found out since the last meeting. Again, this was just, hit us last meeting, and we've always closed that sidewalk seasonally. So it came up, a lot of residents showed up at your last meeting, so Derek's done a little work on it.
Yeah, good evening, Your Honor, Council. So, the residents came to us a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and asked us these same very questions. They came to you 2 weeks ago. The answer has been the same. This has been our level of service. And so since the last meeting, Pat said, we've looked into, well, what would that change be? Why has it been that way? So we've reached out to former employees, and how long has it been this way? Every employee around here currently remembers it being that level of service. And even dating back to the 60s, I did find an employee that started in 1968 that remembers not doing that. And so, so I checked with other communities, and City of Muskegon's one, South Haven's another. They just can't keep those roads open. The wind, the drifting, the snow, the sand freezing, to the hard surfaces. We have a really hard time getting sand off the road with our equipment, and we spend a lot of time down there doing so. So this is a monumental task if this is what we want to do. I'll let you know, we're up for it. But we'd have to cut some services elsewhere to be able to afford to apply those resources down there.
Derek, can I stop you for 1 minute and just ask a couple clarifying questions?
Yeah.
So, we're talking about the west side of Harbor, the sidewalk we don't do from where to where?
So we don't do from the parking lot, Poplar Ridge or Highland Park South there. On Grand Avenue. We turn around in that parking lot and head back down Grand Avenue. So we start there. We don't go all the way to the state park, to Connector Park, which is right at the entrance of.
Okay, so the sidewalk from the Lighthouse Connector Park to the parking lot on Grand that belongs to Highland Park?
That's correct.
On the west side. What about on the other side? There's not a sidewalk through there?
There's a sidewalk from Prospect going north, if you will, towards town, and we do that one.
So you start at Prospect, basically where the sidewalk kicks in, and then how about Grand? Does Grand get, the sidewalks on Grand, do they get plowed?
Yes, yep, from that backwards towards Sheldon.
So it's really, it is really from just around the curve out through to the state park on the west side of the road. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I did a little map just kind of indicating where those were at. And when I say we don't maintain that, we do actually. Most of the employees have said, "Wow, it's right around Christmas time or so is when it gets too bad where we can't maintain it any longer." So if it's a quick trip down through there, but just like the winds, this weekend would cover those sidewalks, and if we got freezing rain, the sand just turns to concrete almost. So again, having that level of service, that's up to you to determine. I'm just saying we can't do it with existing staff and equipment. We'd have to alter some of those priorities. Do we leave some snow in the parking lots downtown or in the streets, or do we not plow other areas of sidewalk around town? And in my memo, I outlined kind of what we believe will be the labor cost to do so. I think it's a great question for residents to ask sometimes, hey, why do we do this? I've only been here 5 years. I've lived in the community all my life, but why do we do these things? So I ask our staff members and think outside the box. This is something we should be doing. In this case, it is a monumental task. So
the equipment we have, is it sufficient? I mean, I know we've got large snow plows that mostly do the roads, and the sidewalk plows wouldn't seem to be sufficient to do the sidewalks there.
No, we would, the gentleman who spoke at the public comment talked about our articulating tractors. Those are set up for plowing snow. Down here, we'd have to actually probably lift it with a bucket, that kind of thing. So those just change the operation, slows it down. You know, we can zip down a sidewalk with a plow. When we switch that to to snow blowing, and when we can't actually lift the snow and get it over the banks on the sidewalk, we switch to snow blowers. I mean, it drastically changes the ability for us to get the town done. Probably 3, 4, 5 times as slower, I should say, than a plow. That's the kind of effort we're going to have down here as well.
Raise anything for anyone?
Well, it's a tough one, isn't it?
Just for folks who maybe didn't, just briefly, how many man hours are we talking about here, or is your estimate? 'Cause many people may not have seen the memo, right?
Yeah, so in the memo, I outlined that it takes us about 8 hours for our sidewalk plows to do the entire city. We start first with the safe routes to school and then branch out from there. So in an 8-hour period, 3 plows, about 12-hour shifts, 36 hours to get the whole city. We think that we're, you know, on a snow event, we'd spend at least 4 hours down there just getting rid of snow, if that's all we had, and another 12 hours if we had to remove sand in a wind event, or total of 12 hours if you will, snow and wind. So yeah, we're talking, you know, up to a third of what we would spend on the whole city just on this 1 mile stretch, and it's almost identical to a mile. I mapped it out. So.
And your front end loaders are down there all summer long. I mean, not just in the winter, but in the summer. You know, I drive down there and walk down there all the time, and there's sand all over the place.
And that's just trying to keep it off the road.
Off the road.
Off the road.
Yeah.
The sidewalk is much more difficult. It's smaller and narrower, and the equipment, you just don't have the equipment for it.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely correct. I don't ever remember my lifetime of having them plow it or clean it. My uncles worked there back in the late 50s, early 60s for the DPW, and they didn't do that either. It was hard enough for them just to get around and plow the roads sometime out there. I took a ride out there with Tommy Law one time, and as we were going around, coming down Grand Avenue, he was just plowing the street, and he says, "Don't talk to me, don't say anything." He says, "I got to have my third eye on there because there's cars parked here and whatever else," he says, "and you don't see nothing because the wind is blowing so hard. But they know they have to go through there and clean it because the sand and the snow is still coming across the road. They still have to make that pass. Otherwise, if they don't, it accumulates so much that you're going to spend a lot more hours coming out there with a loader, and you have to shut the road down to do it. But it's really drastic down there when it comes wintertime. And I can see why Muskegon and other places let their roads just go. At least we keep our road clean. It's tough to get a sidewalk when it's down there with the sand in it. If we could build a wall and stop it, it would be really nice so we could keep it clean all the time then, but it's not going to happen.
We can get the state park to keep their sand on their beach. No,
it's a tough thing to do.
Can I ask another question, which is, it seems to me pretty clear that if we are prioritizing generally where we plow, we might not plow this first, but does that mean we can't get to it later? And then the follow-up question would be, how significant, once the snow settles, does the wind continue, even if it's not snowing, the wind continue to drive it across the road?
Oh, yeah, so like this weekend's wind, we were down there. We almost had to come in on Sunday just for the road portion. It was getting to the point, I was down there Sunday afternoon, and had we gotten more wind, we would have been down there cleaning that up. So yeah, this is a perfect example. Pat's got a picture up of, you know, of what can happen there. That's snow and sand, and just to try and remove that, yeah, you can run a small loader down there, and then you pile it somewhere, and then that blows right back into the cavity you just created to walk. So we did some work recently in the last couple of weeks moving all that snow that we plow, ends up going on the sidewalk and towards the state park. And it took us half the whole street crew 2 days just to take care of right in front of the state park where the parallel parking was. And so that's the significance of it. It's just monumental. So it's not, I'm saying we can't. It's just the resources we have, we'd have to adjust priorities.
Okay. Anybody ready to step up on this one?
Yeah, nobody's gonna like it, but I don't know how
I don't either. I have to say that though I have seen dramatically increased foot traffic on Harbor, and I would like to find a way to accommodate it safely. I'm willing to say with the resource choices we have to make, we aren't necessarily going to be able to keep the sidewalk on Harbor plowed. That's my position anyway.
I'll take a leap and say that you would challenge us to see if we can't come up with some creative way you would like us to do it, and we'll keep thinking about it. I keep talking to Derek.
I'd kind of like to hear from the others as well.
Okay.
Can we do that? Because I may not speak for everyone. Ryan?
Well, I think that's, they're gonna keep looking at it. I
Right.
mean, just seeing that photo up there, even of like, the boardwalk, where a lot of people are walking, but obviously, yeah, it's a
That was
challenge.
this past weekend.
Wow. I didn't realize it was that high impact.
It's pretty impacted.
Wow.
Sharon, you got any other thoughts?
It's too late for me to have any other thoughts. I'm just overwhelmed by that. Gosh. I think,
No, I'm with you.
thank you for looking at it and continuing.
No, I've already spoken with him,
Okay.
I'm good. I know what challenge it is.
I'm happy to say keep looking at it, but I'm sad to say that I'm not promising any relief to the pedestrians served in that neighborhood. Thank you, Derek.
My next item is a fairly compelling issue that I really need to try to get some traction on, and if we can't get it tonight, I may get it on your next agenda. And this is the diesel plant. That building down there is not doing us any favors. It's an old building. It's not inexpensive to keep holding it. We were very close to signing a buy-sell agreement last November, as you're well aware, and part of our motivation there was just to move it along and allow a private interest to come in and redevelop it. Under your current zoning rules, if a private party owns that property, you've got a framework in place where they could develop it. And I know there's a very strong desire to try to control exactly what that might be and what it might look like, and will it be an event center, will it be a restaurant, will it be offices, will it be residential, will we save the building, will we tear the building down? Those are all things that you're very, interested in controlling, but control comes at quite a cost, and it is costing us quite a bit. And I do not see much likelihood of success here, of a redevelopment that saves the building, given the current model we're proceeding under. The Planning Commission wants to hear back. They requested some studies be done. Well, the developer that doesn't have a buy-sell agreement doesn't want to pay a lot of money for those studies, and exactly what will those studies look like, given the fact they don't even control the property. So they're not too excited about going forward. I don't want to pay this, significant funds to have a study done to satisfy the Planning Commission when we really aren't going to be the developers of it. So it puts us in a very awkward position. I feel that we're very much pursuing a redevelopment model that's not likely to find purchase and be successful. And meanwhile, we will sit on that property. And the future I see is that we'll be sitting on that property for a good long time. I suspect the current development team will lose interest, because to do a proper traffic study would be actually observing what goes on. So we're talking about delaying it for at least a year to go down and do the proper traffic counts and look at behaviors and look at parking behaviors and try to work through all that. One step back is to do a parking study and a traffic study based on what we already know. And just make some conclusions based on existing uses in the vicinity and existing number of parking spots and existing lanes of traffic and things that we already know. And we already know on busy summer days when it's hot out, the traffic system is overwhelmed. We know that already. So it's just a very difficult, cumbersome and clumsy place that we find ourselves in right now. And I pointed out to you, since the keys were dropped off here, we probably incurred around $50,000 in costs that we did not budget for. We had no idea we were going to face those costs. And I would expect you're going to see that continue. We have to keep paying for the building. A very big cost is keeping the building warm enough so it doesn't experience much more damage. Now, the present buy-sell agreement, the present developer has committed to saving the building. and they've committed to putting an event center in there. They've given you a very clear picture of what they want to do with the building, and my recommendation would be proceed with that. Let them take their crack at it. And if they succeed, great, they gotta get through the planning commission, they gotta get through the Brownfield Authority, they gotta get through you again to approve whatever the Brownfield Authority comes up with. And if they can build it, given the current rules that you have in place for anybody, I think your best bet to saving the building is to go forward with them. And so I would be remiss if I didn't make that clear recommendation. I think if I held that back and just kind of let this thing stumble forward, I wouldn't be doing you a favor or the community a favor. I really think, you know, I can see the future, and it looks like something we're gonna fumble with for quite some time, and you see it in other communities where you'll see public buildings continue to sit for a very long period of time, and the longer it sits without the investment that it needs, the more likely I think the building ends up getting removed, because it just gets in such an advanced state of disrepair after it sits for a number of years, and it's already sat for a while without a lot going on in there. So I just think and I'll kick it out to the next meeting, because I know you don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it tonight. I'd hoped I'd get to this about 9 o'clock, and we could have some quality time, so just.
You're only 2.5 hours late.
Well, I just wanted to present it and get that all out there. Sorry, I just kind of blew that out at you, but I was hoping we'd have a little more time, so unless you really want to get into it, I'll just quick go on to my next item.
Can I just make would you mind we have a buy-sell agreement that, you know, I know that, Councilman Fritz had worked on. I mean, there's a lot of contingencies in that buy-sell. Well, we have an appraisal now at $1.5 million, $525,000, whatever it is. Why can't we just go to the developer and say, hey, the appraisal came back saying residential was the highest and best use of the property. If the developer wants to put something else in there, God bless them, let them do it. But at the end of the day, we want the building to be saved. Here, it's $1.5 million, if it's $1.5 million, there's no contingencies. Get it as is. Give us the $1.5 million and be done with it, and you figure out how to do it.
And they don't have to save the building?
We want to save,
Because the $1.5 million the building was gone.
There and down.
yeah.
Yeah.
But $1.5 million
Well, okay, so it's
was
$1.2 million,
gone.
whatever we can, but I'm just saying, I don't think we should tie up the building for 4 years with one developer, right? And that's what that buy-sell says. Is there any way that you just go back to the developer and say, hey, give us $1.2 million or whatever we can negotiate for it,
With a saving of the building.
and save the building, and, you know, you figure out what to do with it. You gotta deal with the planning commission. Why?
Well, I'd like to do something to move it along, is what, thank you.
I think there's,
For 4 years, we still can get it back.
Kevin, I think as long as we address, you know, and I think we would with the way you're approaching this, if we just stopped demanding what they have to use it for, we need to address residents' concerns about the parking for these that venue's not going to work without us making all kinds of concessions that the people don't want to make. If I recall, the people in the Sandpiper condominiums voted and they wanted condominiums. Wasn't that their top choice? If we look from a National Park Service, Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, the historical preservation is on the primary facades, as you know. So it would be on the 2 streets. That would give them a lot of leeway on, you know, from the rest of that perspective, if they respected those, you know, those boundaries. I'm not opposed to that at all. I just don't want them to infringe on the parking and a lot of the handicapped access, everything that
I know
residents have
I don't know
forward.
if you listened to the planning commission that night, but it was 5-4. That was a very close vote on the parking, giving them 25% spaces up at Mulligan's Hall.
Okay, so I'll plan on pursuing this discussion a little more at a future meeting when you've got a little more time, but I will flesh out some of those details. Another item that's going to come to your...
Hang on one second, Pat. I just wanted to add one small thing to this discussion, which is one of the most interesting things I heard at that public meeting was Ken Terpstra came in to talk about the sidewalk along Harbor, which is right along the road at that point. And the parking plan that the developer was talking about would basically have pushed out as far as they could to pretty much to the sidewalk, which would remove any future choice we have or chance we have of shifting the sidewalk a little bit off of the road. And I've watched that for years, but I don't watch it like Ken Terpstra watches it, because he looks out his window and watches small children fall off bicycles into traffic regularly. So, and he's a risk assessment kind of guy. So I'd just like putting that image in everybody's head and maybe take a look at it as you get a chance.
Well, I think we all there needs to be some give and take on this if we're gonna save this building, and I think we're just gonna have to all give and take some
I'll
things.
see what I can do. I think it's it is, I think I got some good direction here tonight, so I'll see what I can work on, and I couldn't agree more on that sidewalk. My kids were little on their bikes going down there, my heart was in my throat, because the cars are going pretty fast by there, and you're right on the edge.
I keep saying someday I'd like to see a bike path back and forth to the beach, and if that property gets pushed out to the edge of that sidewalk, and that sidewalk can't ever be shifted, that's probably never gonna happen. So those are kind of some of the things that I'm worried about.
Okay, two more things. One is the deck shops next to Snug Harbor there. We've got a tenant in there, and we've got some conditions in that building. We're going to bring you a proposal at your next meeting, hopefully your next meeting, to extend that agreement for another year. It's been a year-by-year thing, but what I'm gonna be looking at is asking you if it's okay if we make that the last year, and then take bids to see if we can do something a little different with that property, because it's getting to a point where our building people are looking at, we're gonna have to invest some real money in that property, and we get very little back out of it, so it's probably time to look at a change there. And finally, the discussion you had on the clarification of what the planning commission is to do with the recreational marijuana issue, they also had two other requests there. One was a survey, and the other was the legal opinion. On the legal opinion, I believe the best advice is to wait until you get that legal opinion, and then you're gonna decide whether or not to go into closed session to consider that legal opinion or discuss it openly. And at that point, I think you can decide if you decide it's open, then great, here's the opinion, everybody. If not, you'll wanna talk about how much of that opinion is good to pass on to planning commission under what circumstances, and you'd be talking to your attorney in closed session, so you could get some really good advice on that particular issue. So, I think the planning commission needs to hear that we're gonna wait until we get that opinion, and then we'll decide what part of that, because, the whether or where question, I think, was answered earlier. You want to hear from them, where would it be if it were approved? The legal issues, the planning commission is not the city attorney. The city attorney gives you that advice, so the planning commission may or may not need to hear that, but it should be considered as you look at the ordinance on land use. So that's a question you can answer later. The other one is the survey. I mean, if we need to get a survey done, we gotta get cracking, and I think I gave you some ideas that to pay for a survey, a $10,000 budget to hire a private firm to go out and do a good survey, properly designed, or we could do it very inexpensively with Grand Valley, but it would take a longer amount of time. It'd probably take us, 3 months plus to get a survey done, because they like to work with a class and go through a methodical process. So, do you want the planning commission to have a survey done on the marijuana issue? And that's something I think I need a little guidance on, because we need to get cracking on that if we're gonna do it. I wanna get started, but I need to hear from you.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit, so this is a request from the planning commission?
The planning commission voted 3 things, and one was they wanted to have a survey done.
Okay, I don't think, I guess it's my opinion, I don't think from what we redirected them to do that they need that. They're supposed to as my understanding, they're supposed to conduct a public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Should council decide to do that as part of their deliberations and exactly what that information is going to be, I think that's something we should take under consideration and make a decision about. But I don't know that they should wait to hear from us on a survey. I don't think, given the instructions that we gave them, it's a suggestion that we'll take under consideration, is my view. Now, I wasn't there. Several of you were there. I don't know what your opinion is.
No, I think Karen laid it out well.
Mike?
I just think the people of Grand Haven should just vote. I said that before, and I'll say it again. Yes or no, up or down? Heck with a survey, but then that's whatever they want to do, it doesn't matter. But that was my opinion, is that up and down.
I think that.
Stops it all.
I said the same thing, I think the planning commission should get their, what they should do, and if we decide to do a survey, we'll do a survey, but I think they should complete what they're charged to do, that's all.
They like to have a survey, how can they do the job if they want the survey? They need an answer.
You got your tasking.
I got all I needed, and I just, final, I swear this is it. Capital Conference, you all know about it, March. We'll make arrangements for that. It's middle of March, but early bird discount is by this coming Monday, so if you do want to get registered, please let Mr. Kelly know, and he'll get you signed up.
Pat, what's been the history of that? I mean,
Historically, we've gone early Wednesday morning.
everyone?
Usually, yeah, the whole council ends up going, and then we end up at the lunch. Our elected representatives often join us. Our state senator, state representative will come and have lunch with us and share a little bit and do a little networking there, but otherwise, it's been a one-day affair. There are some great offerings on Tuesday, so you can go down on Tuesday as well if you choose to go down a day early, and we do have a budget for that if that's what you choose to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Okay, I think we're at the second call to the audience. Hang on one second.
Boy, Jim, you hang on there, thank you.
Jim DeVries,
1514 Beach Tree Commons.
Jim, can you hold on one second?
Sure.
Let me
I'm
read the blurb. At this time, members of the audience may address council on any item, whether on the agenda or not. Those addressing council are asked to provide their name and address and will be limited to 3 minutes of speaking time. Council will hear all comments for future consideration, but will not have a response at this time. Those not physically present who would like to call in may dial 616-935-3285. If it continues ringing, please remain on the line. We will take all callers tonight. Please, Jim.
Jim DeVries, 1514 Beach Tree Commons. But before I start, I'm about 3 hours past my sleepy time, because I never thought this thing would go until 11:30. I had spoke earlier. And I've got a serious thing I'm not talking about, but I have a comment about your sidewalk on Harbor Avenue. You can heat it like you did downtown. So, putting that aside. So, good evening. I'm here to express my frustrations with the non-actions of the council on many of the pressing issues facing the city. Nearly 4 months have passed since the election. Prior to the election, I listened to all the candidates that were running for council and mayor on their positions of those issues, and then I voted my conscience. Madam Mayor, I voted for you. I expected that someone with your background, experience, and education would have the ability to show leadership, someone that could bring people and the council together to find solutions to those important issues facing our community, and not someone who tries to divide us. What I thought were important issues, the BLP, Harbor Island, pension funding, the city budget, and downtown development, has taken a back seat to whether the city should license facilities to dispense recreational marijuana. The citizens of this city spoke loud and clear when they voted overwhelmingly to allow recreational marijuana. It is not your position to ignore the will of the people. The name-calling, the hostile conduct, and the conspiracy theories directed at other members of the council only go to divide us, not bring us together. You have stated that you are the CEO of the Grand Haven. I would ask you that you review Chapter 1, 5.1 and 5.2 of the city charter. The mayor is one of 5 members of the council. The mayor's position is, for the most part, ceremonial. Your responsibilities are to preside over the meetings of all councils and to appoint citizens to boards and commissions with the approval of the council. If you truly believe that being the mayor is like being the CEO of a company, I would remind you that I'm one of 11,000 stockholders in this city, and that we will hold you accountable for your actions. I make these comments not to offend you, but to hope that you will recognize that you swore an oath to perform your duties to the best of your ability in accordance with the law. The citizens of this city have done their job to allow electing you. Now do yours.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else?
Jack Tomorrow, 130 Crescent. I want to thank you guys for considering doing something with Harbor Drive. and it's not off the table, I realize that. But I know that when I get snow at my house up on Crescent, it starts out small. You know, it may be 2 inches, it may be 4 inches. So what do? I go out and hand shovel my driveway. If we get 6 inches, I go out and shovel. But if I'm down at bare pavement with I got 4, 6, 2 inches, whatever, if I keep it close to bare, it's so much easier to keep it clean. And I know that the wind's tough. I mean, I live up on top of the hill. I know it's tough. But you know what? We pay taxes here, and we're not being allowed to use our sidewalks to go anywhere because we can't go anywhere. We're being held hostage on Crescent. And all I'm asking you for is, let's look at it next year. Because now it's too late. You know, it's frozen, it's ice pack now. But just consider it for next year. Some way we can figure this out. I mean, buy me a snowblower. I'll go down there and do it when they can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Jim Hagan, 400 Lake. I just wanted to point out that Great Blue Research did a big survey for BLP. It's posted now under the board meetings. There's 2 slides that deal with renewables. They're very informative. 43.8% of the people surveyed wanted more than the 28% renewables. And then also they did a survey on how many people would participate in a community solar array, and it also was 43.8% would participate. So
Thank you,
got some
Jim.
good input from the public there.
Thank you, Jim.
Austin hearing.
Pearl earring?
Yeah.
It was accounted for at the beginning of the meeting, but go ahead.
David Mann, where do I live? 515 Howard Avenue. That BLP thing cost $18,000, so your $10,000 survey is a good deal. I would go for it. Lots of shenanigans going on over at the BLP still. I don't smoke marijuana. I got a lot of energy. You know what I do? I run 1,952 miles on my nightcap, and I probably know that Harbor Island drive better than anybody. It's my loop. And instead of smoking pot, I run and get my anxieties out of me. I see 2 bald eagles, and now there's 6 down at Mulligan's Hollow going all around. In your SWOT analysis, no one said, man, Grand Haven's a great ride to drive through. So we're talking about sustainability, and Jennifer, talk about planning and taking this big mess that you guys have in front of you, and it starts with sustainability. It starts with removing carbon, because in your SWOT analysis, every municipality, every group said, we love the waterfront, we love being out there. Your public works guy just said, we could do it. However, it is monumental. But he said it 3 times, reprioritize, right? So if your SWOT analysis is telling you that harbor front, and you also prided yourself in the SWOT analysis about accessibility, we're talking about disability acts and being sued and liability and scared about all that shit. Well, guess what? The number 1 asset you have is not accessible to anybody, let alone a guy who runs at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m. They run that plow randomly. I know it better than any public works person. I haven't ran. The only reason I'm talking now is because I didn't run today, because I'm terrified that I'm going to cripple myself out there. I understand there was a blind woman or something that likes to walk, and all these folks, I understand how hard it is, but you got to listen to these folks. And it's a reallocation, and you should. There's ways to figure it out. So there's my soapbox. Thanks.
Thank you, David.
60 grand from selling marijuana that we could get as revenue to buy some better equipment to plow that sucker right off of there. So that's annually what we might receive if we allowed some sales. Sorry.
Anyone else?
Field Reichert, 317 Lakeview in Spring Lake. One quick thing. The Coast Guard apparently has in its next year's budget the purchase of a new icebreaker for the Great Lakes. I think it would be a really great thing if the Grand Haven Coast Guard City USA made a major effort to secure that cutter. It's an icebreaker there's no icebreaker on the west shore of Lake Michigan. So it's just something for you to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Field. All right, I think we're done.
Jamie.
Nope.
Maybe I'm the last one. Jamie Cooper, 518 Friant. So I just want to read I'm sure you all are familiar with this, that's on our website, the City of Grand Haven's website. The City of Grand Haven respects, values, and celebrates the unique attributes, characteristics, and perspectives that make people who they are. The pillars of equity, diversity, and inclusion are vital to a vibrant community, and we believe that bringing diverse individuals together and encouraging all voices to be heard allows us to build a stronger community. The City of Grand Haven upholds these pillars as crucial to healthy people in a healthy community. You know, I've been a part of this community for 7 years, and I've been able to sit back and watch the leadership during that time, and the tension that I'm feeling in this room is just, it sucks. I hate it. I want you guys to work as a team for the betterment of the community. And I read this statement because I have felt not accepted lately because I am a cannabis consumer. And I am a cannabis consumer because I started using it recreationally, and it didn't take me long to see that it was helping me in many medicinal ways. Mike, you had said people were going to get their medicine. This is medicine, whether people realize it or not. They use it for anxiety, they use it for sleep. Both Becca and I are constantly fielding questions from people in the community how to effectively use it for their health, for their families, and I want that to be available here in Grand Haven. And I do believe that the tax revenue that does come from this is needed, because right now people are getting it delivered here and we don't see a dime. And there's plenty of times that I've heard that we need this money. So let's use it, and please, I don't want to feel like an outsider. I love this community, and I want to see you guys making decisions for the betterment of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, guys. Rebecca Neal, 1644 Franklin Avenue. I am going to be one of the ones operating one of these provisioning centers as medically, but also hopefully we like to see an adult use ordinance be enacted. I have sat in this room for years, quite literally years. I've seen staff come and go. I am frustrated currently with some of the actions that have been going on amongst some of these study staff and what they feel is appropriate to speak and take issues to a whole nother level that have no reason to be going to the success. These conversations should be in the open with your community. Acts and thoughts of litigation should be openly put out there as exactly what those litigations exactly mean, because otherwise they're just big words, and we have impressionable people that sit on this board. We have people that are supposed to be the speakers and the leaders to those that work under us city staff to help better manage and direct us in a cohesive way so that these establishments can exist where it feels and suits best for our community. No way in shape or form are we suggesting that these should be accessible to children or youth. We don't want substance abuse in our community, but we need to acknowledge the issues that already currently we are dealing with. As one of the members of our community said, we recently had an article talking about how methamphetamines is one of the highest abused substance in this community. If you know anything, methamphetamines can be actually diagnosed and given to a child as young as 7 years old. It's called Adderall. So when we talk about substances like that, and you look at the counterpart, the pharmaceutical counterpart versus this plant medicine, I think it needs to become, we tend to be really scared of doing things that we don't understand. We fear things we don't understand. And I am more than happy to explain or tell anybody or advise anybody about what my intentions are with this establishment or where I come from in my regards to moving this forward in our community. So this is the second time I've been awake till almost midnight in 1 week for these council meetings. So I hope you guys really think very clearly about how you want to move forward with this. And again, I'm open, Jamie's open to having those conversations. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No calls, Pat?
No, ma'am.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
12 minutes, it's 2:22:22.
Oh.
We almost made it.